bet stacked anyways. I'm ready to get the hell out of here.
He just snuck out the bag.
Yeah.
Like, I can't afford the stream anymore. Kristen, I don't have headsets. I mean, I can scream it to you if you want.
Have you been here for a little bit, Chris?
No, I just got here.
I wonder if that was 1-3 or 2-5 over there.
According to online, it's 2-5. I would check the games before I come in. Yes, thank you.
When did we start this 1-3 stuff? It was like maybe like a month and a half ago.
You can blame Shane. It is all Shane's fault.
Yeah, now all of a sudden we're like.
I like it though. I sat down on 1-3 for like 30 minutes and just like robbed the table of like $200. It was like, good job.
Well,
It's super soft. It runs like 1-3 is like 1-2, but it's more like it's like proper bet sizing. 1-2 just over bets everything.
well, you can have like a respectable stat.
Yeah, they didn't even fucking tell me it was 1-3. They just gave me the C card and I sit down and I was like, damn, this is a deep 1-2 table. And they're like, it's 1. They're like, shit, give me like $400 more. What the fuck? I sat down with $300. They're right at like 2K, 3K. I was like, why is this table so deep?
Well, yeah, and what's crazy about it is like everyone at the table would want you to have more chips, right? Like no one wants to play with like an extreme short stack, and you don't want to be a short stack. So it's like
Yeah.
sometimes.
Bad. Ready? All right. Go ahead.
Me 3 months ago.
Andy, up.
Yeah,
That's me though.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yours is
Yeah. An hour into the stream, I'm gonna start like offering some.
We're gonna start off with $25 bomb pot. Go ahead and get your quarters out there. It is double board yellow. I've never dealt to you before. Welcome to the live stream. I am Carly. I am. Yeah, they're doing it us. They're just everybody's late today.
4 hours of 5-handed poker.
I'm short and pregnant. I cannot reach your bets if you do not push them up.
New cards
Good
too.
luck. Yeah, I know.
Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live. We're playing some 5-10 no limit Holdem tonight. But first, the $25 PLO bomb pot. We got a great show for you tonight. I am William Lahti, aka the New York Knit, and I've got a guest commentator with me from afar.
The cards are they look a little skinny this time.
Can hardly hear you, Alvin. Sorry. We'll get Alvin in a moment. But for now, we got 2 flops coming. Queen 5-4, couple of clubs, and Queen 10-3 rainbow.
2 check. 6 check.
See if we have any spiciness here. I see Caitlin with a full wrap on the top. Pair on the bottom. Optimize with the open ender on the bottom and the top. He's got the tail ends of it on the bottom.
1 call.
Sean with the ace-10 for a pair. Chase.
6 call.
Sean pots it for, or half pots it for 55. Chase comes along. He's got a queen. Clubs come in on the top. Ace on the bottom.
New UI.
Where'd my graphics go? Get those graphics back in just a moment.
Check.
I think we checked through there. I don't think anyone had clubs.
Yeah.
A 10 and a 10 on these rivers. Sean now with 10s full of aces on the bottom. Optimize has the top with the king high straight for the second nuts. Or not the nuts, there's clubs. Never mind. Chase with not much to speak of, just top pair, top pair. But he's going to chop it as we do see the Jack High straight go away on that river bet.
10-3 on the bottom.
King
And
queen.
then king, queen, two pair of diamonds.
Try saying hi again, Alvin.
Bring those back. Chase, can I get you to break this quarter?
I still don't hear Alvin, unfortunately.
Thank you.
But hello to all of you watching us on YouTube and on Twitch and on whatever other platforms we're coming to you from this evening. I think Facebook was the other one.
Thank you.
Poker Monkey says he doesn't know any of these people except Caitlin. You don't know Chase? We got Chase in seat 1. We got Optimized tonight. We got a couple of familiar faces here.
Will you leave it on the target? And I'll
Yeah.
mess up the hand.
25.
Skullbone, we are still powered by RF Poker. We do have a fancy new felt. Just like those guys in Dallas have, we got a fancy one ourselves.
It's RFID.
Very happy to see that.
And
These
we
same
are
great
doing
RFID,
25.
RF Poker graphics. We got some fancy new cards. We've had an upgrade.
Can you hear me now, William?
I can hear you, Alvin.
Hey, what's going on, guys? This is Alvin, aka Alvin Teaches Poker. Excited to join today's stream.
See a couple of suited aces. Chase with ace jack suited. Pretty good starting hands, but not as good as Sean's kings.
Definitely going to expect a 3-bet here.
And there it is.
Yeah, at this depth, I expect the 3-bet to look like something just 600 or maybe even 650 here.
Sean goes to 475 there over
Yeah.
150.
Yeah, this is a little low out of position. I definitely would like to see this jacked up.
And Chase is not inclined to fold. Chase does call in position. And Chase out flops Sean, flopping his ace. There's always an ace on the flop when you have kings.
Yeah, definitely. This is actually a really
7-bet.
a board where
25.
with both kings and ace jack, I expect to see check on the flop quite a bit, but it seems like a bet begins to go in, which is not going to be great for kings.
And Sean continues. He does get pet resistance. He continued small, so he probably saves himself some money. Do you think he shuts down here? There we go.
Yeah,
He shuts
definitely
down.
shuts down here. Now, this is pretty close. Sometimes you could check call for a very small sizing if you think your opponent has some ace-king in his range, but because this is a 3-bet pot, because he sized down pre-flop, kings probably does not have that much
I hear him. He sounds like he's
interaction with the board.
So Chase makes it 500. Now, what do you do if you've seen a bunch of footage of Chase's previous appearances on this program to where we know that he's capable of betting white? Do we just call him down with second pair?
Yeah, you probably have to begin to call at least one time on the flop to such a small size, but you probably don't need to call him down all the way.
Heavily meditated.
right under it.
We are working on the audio there on Alvin's side.
Not Alan.
Oh, really?
Apologies for Alvin's audio. We're sorting this out. This
Always
this
been
remote commentary is a new venture for us. And yes, Ragnar Overbeat, great to see you in the chat, pointing out that it says Austin on the felt. That is the number one thing that I've wanted from day one of TCH Live, like at least day one of when Dallas became a thing. Our felt needs to say Austin, because otherwise we get every other message, is it Austin or Dallas? At least we get another hand dealt out here.
Yeah, it came in.
We are in Austin this evening.
1 fold, 2 raises 75, 6 fold, 7 fold.
And yes, Skullbone, Alvin is not actually in the room with me. He is like a good 1,000 miles away from me.
Yeah, trying to get this audio set up. Is this any better?
Okay, Alvin's audio is pretty low right now. I don't know if you heard that, but like it doesn't sound like a phone at least. As we get a 9-6-5 couple of diamonds flop, open ender once again for Caitlin. Bottom pair for Hamburger. The jack helps nobody.
8-bet 150.
Caitlin going, or rather, Hamburger going for the 150 bet. Caitlin deciding that her draw is not quite strong enough. I don't really blame her there. Like, you really don't like the 7, like if you hit that end of it, because then the board is 4 to an 8. Not to mention diamonds potentially being disastrous. As the chat continues to pour in the jokes about Alvin's audio.
Okay, I was
Chat. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't really know that much.
Let's try this again, Alvin.
I'm like a little chilly.
What I mean is Chad. This is like Chad is. He throws his chips around.
Yeah, Alvin's.
in a turtle.
Is this better?
I was like at the airport.
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Hey, what is
Can you
going
all
on,
hear?
guys?
Can you all hear him?
Am I outside of my scuba gear now?
Raise to 60, 6 full.
I think you've surfaced. Like,
Okay.
I think the consensus back here is that you've surfaced.
Yes, let's go.
7 raise to 245.
Okay.
So we see Caitlin opening up the 8-7 suited.
2 full.
Gonna run into Sean's 9. Sean is going to elect the 3-bet route from the small blinds. And
Yep.
he'll take it down.
Yep, very standard. Although it seems to be already guys are 3-betting a little on the small side. I want to see some larger 3-bets out of position to really discourage people from continuing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when you're out of position, you're really happy to just end it pre-flop.
Yeah, generally when you're in position, you want to be 3-betting somewhere 2.75 to 3 times the original raise size. But when you're out of position, going 4x or even 4.5x the original raise is going to be what is theoretically standard. Although when it comes to Texas poker, who cares about theory? Am I right?
There's game theory and there's Texas theory.
Yes.
And like, I tend to be in that like 3.5 to 4 neighborhood myself, though. I'm more of a tournament player, but same idea applies to where I just want to end it pre-flop. And of course, I'm usually playing shorter than these players. Like, I'm just hitting the all-in button. Like, I'm playing like 25 bigs as we go to a flop of Queen 9-7 with some hearts. A little bit of coordination here, except for these players' actual hands, where we see Jack 4 high is the best.
Yeah,
I think whoever blows on this
limped
wins.
around here, it looks like.
8 full.
I believe so, and now Caitlin is going to go for the 75, and nobody has anything, so Caitlin wins.
Okay, easy game.
A value bluff from Caitlin. Jack high was the best.
Yeah, mine too. Yeah. Yeah. We should just, yeah. I should about some dip. You should record that.
Captain under pairs.
You've seen the
Like to
7
see you.
Yeah, I definitely think the dealer is styling out on everyone here.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
this-
Carly
these
with the sunglasses.
Yeah, got the Pulp Fiction vibes going on. I like it.
I live west.
I wonder how deep of a collection Carly has, as somebody points out.
Not really. No, we're actually.
Carly's a fun dealer. She's dealt me many times here at TCH Austin.
Like a lodge, like,
Straddle
or a
play.
lake house or whatever.
Oh, cool. Where
Cool.
is it? You know?
I'm definitely excited to come down and
It's on the lake.
come play in the Austin games as well. I've definitely come over to TCH Dallas for a couple months. It's super fun.
Yeah, I've been up to Dallas a few times myself. That's a great room.
Auto for the table if you don't.
And we had a couple of really great shows there the last couple nights. Check those out in the archives. We had Staves in the booth. We had the Run Good crew last night. That was a really fun one. As we see the 75 from Hamburgers Ace 10 suited, gonna take it down. See Jamin Burton stopping by the chat. One of the best vloggers out there. Hope you're doing great, Jamin.
Ship it.
Very excited about winning the $40 pot here.
Yeah, hey, a win's a win.
Let's go.
Like, I think as far as production value goes, I think Jamin's probably one of the best vlogs out there. Like he clearly puts a ton of work into that.
Baby.
Is that what you're going for? Knock baby?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the art form of vlogging is really interesting. Right? We definitely see it
Here's the
in YouTube outside of the poker world, but it's definitely interesting to see all of the same kind of vlogging techniques and production quality coming to the poker world as well. I think it brings in tons and tons of people. Just like Chris Moneymaker in 2013 brought in just waves of people. I think Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi, and those guys are just bringing in a new generation of players that we all should be indebted to.
So you see Caitlin raise and take it here.
Thank you. I'm gonna take
She had
off,
40% of a royal flush
I want to come
and
back after 2 months
raised
just for my
and
live stream
won.
shift, but it might.
And no one had
Captain Underpairs.
a larger percentage of royal flush.
It really
Easy.
depends on
Easy.
how my body responds to
Captain
recovery
Underpairs
and everything, you know?
asked, remember what Ben
Not a
said
kid,
last
so I don't
night?
really-
I don't
really
remember what
know
Ben
how I'm
said
gonna
last night.
come
I don't know
back
if Ben
from it.
remembers what Ben said last night.
I'm young, so I like to think I'm just gonna like instantly snap back, but
Oh, it makes
I
sense.
also haven't taken very good care of my
Also,
body
there were
for
2
months,
Bens.
so
Which
I
one?
also can't just assume that I'm gonna snap back.
Shout out to Ben and Ben up in Dallas.
I think the youth will trump. You will snap right back.
There'll be a fold. Ooh, I love the even the little photos you guys have on the stream. The little vertical profile photo.
Twofold.
Very nice.
Yeah.
This production quality is amazing.
Six
Gonna see
raise.
Optimize probably raise it up to 75, maybe a little bit more. This
Goes
one
for the
undo.
100. Schwann's got him pipped. He elects to flat there from the big blinds.
Sure, I think that's
Hamburger
fine.
feels compelled. Hey, Hamburger's suited, right?
Yeah,
Famous
exactly.
last words. 8-4 deuce, couple of spades. Nobody impressed with this flop.
No, I imagine Optimize out of position to 2 players should check a lot, especially because the players in position are going to have a lot more 8-4, 4-2, right? Definitely the straddle's going to be the guy who has all of the suited random cards, but Optimize is the boldest of the players and easily takes it down. So,
Aggression wins again.
yeah, absolutely. That would be a pot that I would probably lose way too often because I am a lot more theoretical. But these guys are just like, nope, I know they have nothing. Let's take it down.
You talking
You
about
see
this
these
app?
fancy new graphics. These stats coming up. I'm not pressing these buttons anymore. Now production presses these buttons again.
Okay.
I guess they just don't want to.
I got enough buttons to press.
That's like,
Those of you in the chat who are always wondering, like, hey, where's the VPIP? Hey, I'm
I know
not
what
the
I
guy
did,
responsible.
but why, right?
Just putting that out there.
What was the app against? What the board
Yeah.
looked like?
Yeah.
Okay, Kristen's not pressing the button either. Somebody's pressing the button. I'm not pressing it. Kristen's not pressing it. I think the poker fairy's pressing it.
Okay, here comes Optimize again
From DC, and we're actually in town for
with 7-6 offsuit. A little bit on the light side, but you know, if these guys are all just giving it up, seems like no one really wants to put up a lot of resistance.
He's on the button. He's in position. And we're essentially playing 3 blinds. It seems like we have the 25 on all the time.
I think we're going to a gun range.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see almost all of the straddles defending a very, very wide range here because there's so much money already in the pot.
So,
I'm surprised Chase didn't defend there just because he's Chase.
it's not really a style.
Chase is a
I think
pretty
we're
actioning player.
staying out the house. I don't know.
Although so far it looks like he is the nit at the table. I'm new here, but you know, it seems like Hamburger is the guy.
No, we're yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
yeah,
after
yeah.
his impressive sample of 9 hands, yeah, Chase is the tightest so far. Outsides with a suited ace this time. He's actually got it now.
Six raise.
Definitely going to see him coming in. So it looks like he's 3xing it in position, 4xing it out of position, which we talked about earlier is a good strategy, and clears it out.
Yep.
So,
Raise and take it.
so definitely this is going to be a spot where if you feel like your opponents are not 3-betting you enough, both in or out of position, you should be opening up very dramatically. So, you know, early on, if we said 7-6 offsuit was a little bit loose, if the blinds are not defending appropriately, he should be opening maybe like 70 to 80% of hands on the button. So
Yeah,
definitely.
absolutely. Attack those tight ranges.
Yeah, exactly. And then just get out of the way when they re-raise. Easy game, right?
Yep.
7 folds.
Yeah, don't be afraid to raise, fold to 3-bet.
1 fold.
Ooh, Hamburger folds 9-7 offsuit on the button.
6 fold.
What a nit! Come on, let's see some action. 9 high is definitely strong enough.
Hey, I'm supposed to be the nit here.
Oh, it looks like maybe Optimize. Did Optimize come in with a raise? Oh, he did. Okay. And they got defended by a 4x from Caitlin. So
2-bet 100, 6 fold.
Caitlin leads.
And she
Okay.
wins.
You know, so I know Optimize like super snap folded in that spot, but Ace-7 Jack is a spot where when people donk into me, I really like raising them there because they just can't be representing too many strong hands. I mean, they can have like pocket 7s, but ace jack sometimes three bets pre-flop, jacks 3 bets pre-flop, aces obviously 3 bets pre-flop. So I think this is going to be a spot where Optimize super snaps fold, but in reality he can actually stop and think that through and realize there might be a floating opportunity or another bluffing opportunity as well.
Yeah, where the hell is
Yeah, and that board would tend to favor the raiser's range.
you know Kevin?
Absolutely.
Is this the Kevin we bet?
And especially when you're playing, a very loose range, when players like check raise you or they donk into you, you really have to try to run them over, especially when they can't really represent anything, right? They have to really feel like they're always running into it. So looks like we have a couple limps and a complete.
Lots of diamonds. 8-6 deuce. Optimized with the queen of diamonds in his hands.
Definitely like a check here. When people limp, they should, have aces quite a bit.
We check through. The 10 is going to get optimized there, maybe not the way he was hoping to get there.
Yep.
But he does have the best hand as we check through again. River is king of diamonds, optimized now with the nut flush. Only one other diamond out there though, and it's not a very good one.
Yeah, should be actually pretty hard for him to extract. This is a spot where I don't actually mind going for a check raise, just because people don't have very strong hands and you're actually more likely to get someone to bluff at the pot than to actually bet yourself. Or just betting like the absolute minimum is really good and maybe getting someone to spaz at you.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
you're really going to do bluffs. Absolutely. Optimized does not get any action with that nut flush, and going to have to settle for $75.
Not surprisingly, as a game theory optimal practitioner myself, as a dark sorcerer of poker, I do like the name Optimize and actually feel like he's playing very well.
There'll be a full table of like
Ladies for hamburger, let's go. I imagine he raised it and did not fold that. Looks like Caden's gonna call.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great.
And Strong's gonna overcall. Ooh.
I've never played it even once.
So we get a squeeze from the big blind.
Oh yeah.
You play
Wait,
with
$5.
them.
Yeah, I used to play with them.
And
Hamburger with
Optimize-
queens.
5-10.
Great hand to have in the straddle.
Does he just call on the straddle,
Yeah.
facing a raise here? Doesn't come over the top?
He does just call. Wow, he does not go for the 4-bet.
Oh my
So
God.
setting the trap
It's
early.
on it, wait.
How deep are they? Yeah, they're
They're quite deep.
yeah. It's not unreasonable to flat queens here. If you 4-bet and get 5-bet, it's kind of a gross spot.
And that's not the best flop in the world either.
No, unfortunately, whenever you flat queens, a king comes. That's how this works.
Yeah, like all the overs hit. Queens are still ahead at the moment. Schwan with just an over and backdoors. And Hamburger goes for the 300 and Schwan folds.
I don't think there's actually much value in betting queens on the flop. I think this is a spot where, your opponent might just go ahead and bet if he has a piece of it himself. He might bet a king or a jack. I think when he checks, he's just intending to either check fold or he's trapping you. And so there's not too much purpose in actually betting there. I prefer a check and then trying to induce some action
Sounds so cool.
on future streets.
Does anyone else think Caitlin's on the
What's up, Vanderweller? Indeed, this is Alvin Teach Poker.
Yeah, take
What's poppin'?
Be like, get your ass over here.
Pier claims he wasn't signed up for it, but Jay wins.
Yeah, so for those viewers who maybe don't know you very well, tell us a little bit about yourself, your poker background.
I started playing poker professionally maybe like 10 years ago. Basically, I was like a poor starving artist and just deposited some money online, and I was like, better run this up, and somehow it worked. Eventually became a coach for Card Runners, which was like the first online poker school pre-Black Friday. Afterwards, started a YouTube channel, Alvin Teaches Poker, and now I play high stakes online and live professionally.
You're dating yourself there pre-Black Friday.
Yeah, I know. I'm an old man. It's horrible.
Jack 8-6 is going to give Chase middle pair.
That should get him here.
This should be a spot where Chase actually can play multiple strategies. I don't mind him betting small on the flop. I don't mind him checking back with this hand that really likes to retain equity. So,
And how's this for a chaos card? Chase now turning 2 pair. Hamburger picking up the open ender. Chase going to fire again, fire for $80. Hamburger going nowhere.
this is definitely a spot where when Hamburger has no value with his hand at Showdown, I definitely like to see him either bluff on the turn himself or check raise the turn.
Instead, the 7 of diamonds will brick his rubber, complete the front door diamonds, and Hamburger going to lead river for 300.
Yeah,
A little bit over pot.
Yeah, I think with the Queen of Diamonds, there's absolutely no way that Chase is ever going to fold here. This line also doesn't really make too much sense as well.
Yeah. Chase snapped him. He also had 2 pair. So makes it way easier to snap.
For sure. Although, you know, when your opponent donk overbets there, having the Queen of Diamonds is actually probably more important than having 2 pair.
Yeah. Yeah, blocking some of the flushes and does make the call, and Chase builds upon his win that he's got going so far.
Went to Showdown, 0%, almost across the board. Generally, we expect to see Showdowns in like the 30%, so let's see if this...
I'd love to see a win to flop statistic. That would probably be pretty low tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
As well. This is a lineup where people actually fold pre-flop. Pretty unusual for Texas.
Yeah, this is definitely on the tight side for Texas, but... Is that the correct photo for Sean?
They're just not.
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'll take the under there. But I mean, these are the photos that are in the system, and
Is that a full?
Yeah. I don't know what else to say about that. Sean does make it 75.
We're definitely going to expect a defense here with a suited connector. A good suited connector, too.
Maybe this is a ghosting situation. What do you think?
A ghosting situation?
Oh, yeah. You know, ghosting, yeah, you're an online guy. You know what ghosting is. And so we see a pair for each player here, Sean with the better pair.
2 call. Yeah, I mean, we had a list of like 11.
Goes...
Like, I guarantee you it's
2 calls.
Oh, okay. Looks like Caitlin bet a little bit on the flop. Got a call.
2 check.
Now I imagine things are going to go check. Neither hand really has too much value at this point. But I'm a liar, and Sean turned his hand into a bluff here. I think his hand is actually just much too strong here for him to bet. Like, if he was going to bet, I would like him to bet like a much larger size if he was trying to get a hand like an 8 or a 10 to fold, even though I don't think a 10 will ever fold here. But when he bets this kind of like middling size, I don't really know what he's expecting on doing, but it looks like he actually does get value from Caitlin here, so what do I know?
You'd really hate to get raised. And now she's going to lead this 7 river.
Ooh, spicy. I actually really like Caitlin's play here because this is one of the worst hands she can arrive at the river with. It has questionable showdown after Sean bets the turn because a lot of his bluffs probably come in and at least hit a pair here. So this is a really fun way to play this hand. It's very creative. I think it's pretty good. I actually like the sizing a lot too, right? It's definitely something if you have a 9, you want to bet kind of this like small, kind of a deucey range. You don't really have to go for like a full pot size bet. So I like this.
And how many 9s do we think Caitlin has here?
I mean, given on the flop that, you know, there's a 6 and the 10 on the board, it's not unreasonable for her to have a hand like, you know, 8-7, 8-9, 9-7, stuff that, you know, like definitely calls the flop and then improves on the turn. So yeah, I think it's not completely unreasonable. But very, very good play, Caitlin.
Yeah. See Dante in the chat, one of our regular commentators and players. Great to see you there. I think we'll be seeing Dante on this program again in the near future.
I'll actually be heading down to Dallas and Austin in a couple weeks, so hopefully I'll get to play on this stream as well. It'll be fun.
Nice. And if any of you are interested in playing on a future edition of TCH Live, in the video description there is a link to a form to fill out if you want to do that. And we could make that happen. Hope to see you on a future program. As we see Sean opening up that King Jack offsuit to 75. Hamburger comes along. Chase just flats with the Ace Queen suited.
So definitely want to see a re-raise with a hand as strong as Ace Queen suited.
Yeah, we got a raise there.
Yeah, especially also in the small blind. I really like to play like a 3-bet strategy there.
We get this Jack 9-3 flop, and I believe Sean has the Jack. Yeah, Sean's got top pair. And he does continue for 125.
Looks pretty reasonable. That's top pair. I think that, again, there's going to be a lot of value in checking the flop and letting people improve, especially when you have an overcard to the board. But
you think maybe he got... You think he's scared of maybe like a spade coming or a straightener coming 4 ways?
Yeah, possibly. It's also possible that he just feels like these players are going to be calling him down so lightly that he should just go ahead and start betting the flop with top pair, like weaker kicker. You know, we saw on the hand previous where he went for kind of thin value on the turn with the 6, right? So it's pretty reasonable for him to just go ahead and value bet the flop as well.
Alright, just got a different dealer in the box. Get me a stack. That card is a featured dealer.
Yeah, as we continue on with another hand here. Playing some 5, 10, usually 25 tonight, TCH Live. I'm Austin. And Lahti, the New York Knit with you alongside Alvin Teaches Poker.
Chasing the button.
Suited ace.
Definitely expect him to put in the raise. Let's see if anyone has a hand or fortitude to defend against here. Nope, looks like everyone's just going to fold.
Raise and take it, and Chase wanted some action that time. So this is probably a $2 tip chip. Those purple chips do not play, they're just for tipping staff. You can also tip with cash chips, but this being a 5-10 game, the white $1 chips are generally not in play, or they're in play in increments of 5, so some players with this play this tip chips do.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Make signs.
Oh, are the bright pink chips not thousands?
The bright pink is 500. Purple is
500.
$2 tips. The 1Ks at TCH Austin are orange blacks. You don't see them that often.
Oh, okay.
Chase with a slight downgrade. Ace Jack, the offsuit variety this time. Still good for an open. Caitlin just mucking the King 9 of diamonds.
Wow, I'm really surprised there. I would at least expect to see a flat, often a 3-bet as well.
And Sean's going to do that 3-bet.
Here we go.
Does have Chase pipped with the Ace Queen of spades. Chase going to defend in position.
Definitely 3-bets again on the low end. It seems to be a slightly recurring theme. But by 3-betting this small size, he's definitely getting his opponent to continue with worse. So
Ace King 8, going to be some trouble for Chase with the inferior top pair. Sean continues for 225. Chase has to do nothing but call here.
Yep. This is going to be quite a scary spot for Chase unless it comes. Another club on the turn.
7 of clubs. Chase does pick up a club draw now. Sean's still ahead. Front door clubs are there.
I think that Sean should generally slow down quite a bit here. I think it's going to be actually hard to extract value from a worse ace multiple times.
Goes pretty small, 250. Chase does call.
That's somewhat reasonable.
Here's the 8. So chop it up. Ace is up for both players. Sean's queen no longer playing.
It'd be so sick if Chase just jams here. Oh, okay.
Check, chop it up.
It's actually funny because this might be a spot where someone can just try to bully the other out of the chop here.
Could have been a club though.
But,
Could have been a club.
Talking about different
Yeah.
different stuff.
Now you could try. It would feel weird.
I think going for it with Ace Jack of Clubs is actually not bad here. I just can't imagine Sean ever checking a better hand here. Like, he's always only going to be calling, and when the river 8 comes, I don't think that he's going to be check calling a lot of his boats in this spot, even though like theoretically he should. But so if you don't think your opponent's checking boats there, you should just jam on him and just, you know, once in a while you just get him to accidentally fold the chop. So
No,
that's
it's
really
not
good.
the big logic like here. A different trick. Anyway.
Scoot McGoots on Twitch. Thanks for watching. Complimenting our new felt here. Yeah, I like this felt. This is a really nice felt. And Dallas just got a new one as well. If you didn't see
I said, all right.
our shows
dude, I'm
earlier
like
this week.
98% sure, but you're so confident, you're throwing me off. So then I saw.
Yeah, it's really
graphics are
nice.
certainly
It's
a
not
work
this
in
like
progress.
not this like Alice in Wonderland vibe.
He freaking.
Yeah, and lots of TCH logos.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like literally in the hospital right now or tomorrow. They're
Right.
gonna have their baby.
Sean opens up his Queen 8 and is going to run smack into Hamburger's Ace King. Going to go for that tiny 3-bet, 225.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess
you know,
one's not gonna go
225,
anywhere.
250 probably is fine in this position. But
Don't know how many folds that's going to get, though.
and when you have Ace King, do you want them to fold? Is the question? Hammer is going to bet here. I imagine he can bet a variety of sizes. I think anything between half pot and pot is going to be really good here. As long as he's doing it with like other hands besides Ace King, right? As long as he's like going half pot when he has a hand like, you know, Jack 10 as well, then that's fine.
No. Angelo are wondering what happened to the blurry tornado felt. We've upgraded it.
Dude, at this point, I'm just.
Hopefully this is an improvement.
Yeah, that's fine.
I wonder how the viewership of this stream is going to be.
So we see these graphics. We see Chase still the big winner.
There's like 30 million people watching.
We got to look at aggression frequencies. We see Optimize with his foot on the gas pedal this evening.
Broadcasting in like every major stadium.
Still a very long way to go. Optimize probably going to be raising again with Queen 10 of Hearts.
Yep, definitely expect a standard raise here. Looks like he's going to get some action from Sean. Let's see what he has.
You always have
If
to.
I had anything, it's your choice.
He's got a pair.
Fives, which is
Perfectly fair.
quite standard.
Like, if it had been like even the same color, I would like.
You know, fives are interesting. There's a bunch of different things you could do. You could call, you could fold, you could 3-bet pre-flop. All of those are pretty good.
Reluctantly.
Yeah. Caitlin not going the Doyle Brunson route with the 10 deuce. And King 6-4, a couple of hearts. So Optimize with the heart draw. Sean's fives ahead.
Sure.
That said, Optimize has more equity with his overs and hearts. Sean has the better made hands at the moment.
Definitely a bunch of different ways you could play this. I think standard is to go for a check raise on the flop, which is might be a little surprising to some people, but I think check raise is the best way to play this. You can also down bet and then over bet the turn. I think that's really good. I think this is a turn where going 500 is quite nice.
Optimize does pick up the gut shot on the turn. Goes 200. And
Wow.
gets the quick call. Sean, not a
Woo,
believer.
Sean is feeling him.
And the ace on the river is going to brick it out for Optimize.
I don't think we are. There's
I mean,
a chance still.
I think Optimize, given this line, probably should just go for it, because whenever the board runs out Ace King high, it's
I may, like,
generally
push
good for the
a bit
pre-flop
harder.
raiser to continue the gas
Yeah,
here.
I've heard
so-
it's so fun.
Yeah, if Optimize was on nut hearts, he just made top pair against the fives.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So-
Optimize is going to tell that story.
Oh, nice. But it's pretty economical.
And there's not,
got
this
two
is,
thirds.
Like,
yeah, this is going to be a spot. Also, like backdoor spades got there, which is something that
wanting to leave the house for some reason.
Very
Sean also
true.
has to worry about. If Sean had like the 5 of spades here, you know, he could think about turning his hand into a bluff, but with heart, you know, holding a heart, it actually reduces the chances that Optimize is going to actually be bluffing him with other hands here. So I think holding here is going to be very standard, but it looks like he's actually not thinking about folding here. Maybe he wants, maybe he's saying that he unblocks the heart bluff and he can try to hero this. That would be very surprising.
Not that I know.
Just to play the other side of that, Alvin, how many flush draw combos have the 5 of hearts in them? There's ace 5 of hearts. There's probably 6-5 of hearts, but he can't have that. Maybe 7-5, as we do see the fold from Sean. Like, how valuable is that 5 really?
I mean, ace 5 is definitely going to be a candidate.
Yeah.
4-5 is
Yeah,
going to be a
yeah.
candidate as
calling
well.
people out. Thank
For
you.
the next 3 months, I'm scratching.
Yeah, tell them they have Starburst.
Like, I certainly don't mind having the 5 of hearts.
The
I'm,
candy. Yeah.
I'm not sure how much weight I'm going to put on it, though, if I'm in his seat.
Oh yeah, certainly not huge in a single race pot,
Side.
and certainly not enough to try to call down there.
Yeah. The chat really taking notice of the shades that Carly's wearing this evening in the box.
Just
Hey,
go
you know
over
what?
there and
Those are some
side.
bright
You were
whites. I don't
playing
blame
the
her.
live stream today.
He should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. None of the players are wearing shades, but the dealer is, right?
You know, if he's gonna play here, he should have to kind of give back to the community a little bit. He's got, and there's a short game.
1
He should
fold,
be able to call side.
2 raise to 75, 6 fold.
Nobody with really impressive holdings. Caitlin does raise the 6-3 blind versus blind and gets the folds.
Yep, I like that. When you're playing 3 blinds, the big blind actually can have a limping range into the straddle, and then plays like the limp re-raise game. 6-3 probably would qualify as a limp, but if you're playing a raise-only strategy, definitely not find a raising hand like that.
I see some of our chatters mentioning the cruise. I'll go ahead and plug that. We do have the TCH cruise happening March 26th to April 2nd of 2023 out of Galveston. I believe there's still a discount going on cabins there. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details on that cruise. It makes a few stops. There's some poker with the TCH staff. Sounds like a lot of fun. Back to the poker.
That sounds really hype. I might have to take a cruise next April.
Hey, TexasCardHouse.com. Have a look. Caitlin with an ace going to raise it up and just take it down.
I'm surprised at how tight everyone is playing, given the 3 blind structure. If I was
a little
playing
bit
here,
smart.
yeah, I definitely would be trying to raise a ton of hands, especially when we see people defending hands like ace queen or pocket 5s to just a flat and not really considering 3 bets. Although not saying pocket 5s is a hand that you should be 3 betting all the time.
Well, here's a question. Do you think the depth of these stacks might sometimes be a turnoff with reverse implied odds being a thing?
Yeah, but when you're in position, when you're 3-betting a hand like ace-jack offsuit, since you control the pot size, being in position, you're not really too worried about reverse implied odds. You can often just like check back flop or bet very small on the flop, turn goes check, and then you can control the pot size a lot by the river.
And for those unfamiliar with the term, reverse implied odds basically is saying that if a lot of money goes in the pot, you're often going to be second best. Like you're either going to win a small pot or you're going to lose a big one with certain hands. Optimize with the king queen suited.
That's what I think about it.
I'm going to take it.
Nice doing business with you.
Yeah, so the deeper you are, you still want to actually 3-bet and 4-bet and 5-bet to, I mean, it's somewhat similar frequencies as you would when you are playing shallower, but you change the composition of the hands you 3-bet with slightly. So instead of 3-betting a hand like king queen offsuit or ace queen offsuit
Feels like
nearly
it's
as
been
much,
longer than that when
you
you're
begin to
out.
3-bet a couple hands like pocket 5s or like 6-4 suited,
Yeah, you all
or
in.
adding a
Yeah, you should have
little
that.
bit of spice to your recipe, as I like to say. Couple folds.
7 fold,
Over to Chase.
8
That'll do the
call.
trick.
Yeah,
I think we had a raise to 75 and the graphics hate it.
I don't know what did happen. 1 call,
Graphics are getting caught up. Optimize, I assume, is who opened there.
that's weird.
I think it actually has the button incorrect on this hand. Optimize, we see, has the button in front of him, but it shows him as being in the small.
Yep, I agree.
Hey,
So, gonna press some buttons here.
Yeah, so it looks like there was a limp call from Chase here with King 7 offsuit.
Actually, I think Chase was the $25 straddle. He's actually in the hijack. Optimize open to 75 and chase called as we have a
Okay, I see.
queen 8-8 flop where both players miss. Ace high is still best for Optimize. He continues for 85. Hamburger with king high and backdoor second best diamonds goes for the raise. Looks like he's made a 225.
Yeah, I like this. You know, if he definitely thinks that optimizing has been just betting a little bit too often. We've already seen it a couple times. He's continuation bet where, you know, maybe in theory he shouldn't. Going for the check raise here with the king of diamonds seems to be pretty solid.
Optimize does let it go. So the aggression gonna get it done for
This is
Hamburger.
in the pot.
You just pulled $85 back.
I
after
did?
you bet. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Get it together, y'all.
What's up?
Thank you.
Some accidental shorting going on, but our dealer is
Hey, plan.
Johnny on the spot.
Aren't
She's
you
on top of it.
Like, aren't you getting somebody here too? Everyone should be on the phone right
You
now.
are very good at her job.
No, we'll call the DC crew. No, anyway.
Yeah.
People in the chat wondering if there's more players
Yeah,
coming.
maybe
I
that's
don't know.
410.
Kristen tells me that there are a couple more players coming.
I mean, one
You're
in
the
100
straddle,
chance.
Caitlin.
As we continue on here, TCH Live Austin, William Lahti, aka the New York Knit, with you alongside Alvin Teaches
You
Poker.
guys all play together pretty regularly.
Oh yeah. Under the gun, late.
Alright, I'm working on it. I'm working on it for you.
Yeah. Everybody gets them on the phone.
Let's see.
Now look at your
Jack
hand before you
nine.
fold it. Optimize. There we go.
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
I think I've definitely folded before looking at my hand before, just thinking, oh no, this is air.
1 fold. Caitlin gets a fold.
Money Caitlin.
And I think Caitlin just got a walk.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, Christian, the software, I don't know how it's handled in the straddle. Like I know with the old graphics, like it would have the position and then it would say straddle as though he had acted first.
That is good news.
I don't know.
Sad news is
I don't know what the
it's
situation is with the new graphics. I'm sure that the RF Poker folks will make that a little bit clearer going forward. Yeah, this is still relatively new software here. And yeah, I'm sure it'll become more obvious in the future who the straddle is.
Over a very short amount of time, looks like Caitlin is leading with the aggression. 40% pre-flop raise coming in. That's what I like to see, especially in these 3 blind games. Want to just come in attacking.
King Jack for Hamburger, gonna raise it up on the button. Caitlin gonna defend that big blind with the Queen 8 of Diamonds. And
And Optimize is in the bathroom.
No, I'm good. I was asking if you still have.
I don't even know why his hand pops
I'm,
up there.
I'm all set. Is it Wingstop?
Ace 9-3 is not gonna help either player here.
Nope. Expect to see a
Hamburger.
small bet here. Yeah.
With the best hands, gonna win it with the bet, gonna blow Caitlin off of her 6 outs.
A little bit of a large bet. I think that you can just sneeze at the pot and get people to go away. Maybe like even a quarter of the pot is good enough to get people to fold.
Yeah,
You know, nothing there. I think checking back is also completely reasonable with the near nothing. Bunch of
yeah.
different ways you can play this hand.
Like anything she's gonna fold is gonna have a decent amount of equity. Like he did have 6 outs, and I don't mind folding somebody off of 6 outs.
More players. I'm gonna roll out.
Yeah.
Sure, I think the argument is when you have a hand
Yeah.
that is near the nothing, you can check back and actually call a bet. So you can get your opponent to actually bluff at you with
No,
3
no,
pots.
no.
Yeah, very true. You do have a bluff catcher.
Yeah, exactly.
They win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the game is full. If you want to head
really?
over, I
Okay.
mean,
And then there's that game
I
over there.
don't hold me to it because I'm 15 minutes in the past, but there's probably a seat.
Cool. That'd be great. Yeah.
And if I say that loud enough, maybe production can actually hear me.
8 fold.
It's probably just the Labor Day
Have there
weekend.
been any hands? No, I guess not.
Huh?
I was about to say, I think that was a $10 coupon.
One
Just
fold.
pass me.
I'm sure people are just leaving town early for Labor Day weekend. So I feel like Thursday night's probably
Six
like,
rate
Not even?
75.
I don't know. It's like
Optimize,
for
kind of
us,
raise
it's
and take it.
Never seen a side of it.
Yeah.
Usually have weight.
What time is it?
You're probably right.
Hope all of you watching on YouTube have taken this moment to hit the like button in
there were,
between
I think there were 11
hands.
people on the
Totally free to do. Tell the algorithm that you enjoy this program,
7:45.
and then the algorithm will show it to other people, and then we get to make more friends in the chat.
Everybody's time for
Those of you on Twitch, definitely feel free to give us a follow. Completely free. Find out every time we're on the air.
Right here in Emler.
The don't know if we have subscriptions on our Twitch channel. Yeah, we've got subscriptions. If you want to support this program or monetarily, you can give us a sub on Twitch. You can give us a super chat on YouTube. That money goes to the commentators and production staff. We have great people working on this program. As we see a flop, we see nines against ace-3, and we see a set of nines for Sean and Hamburger down to just some backdoors.
Well, luckily they have a whole batch.
Sean continuing for 100 here on this 9-8-5 two-diamond flop.
Eight call.
Hamburger gonna float here.
A little bit on the loose side. I guess he has double back doors with.
I think this will be the end of it with this 10 of clubs on the turn.
Sure. It's 200 into 330. But on the small side, I think you can pop this here pretty reasonably. I think if Villain had 7-6, you might have already heard about it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I wonder if he was maybe a little bit worried about how big the raise would be if he gets pushed back.
We had an 11-person.
Like that
so it
board,
was like
like
we
that
had
turn
a full
in
table
particular
and
is
alternate.
making things a bit
And
sweatier.
somehow, like, no
Yeah,
finish.
I think your hand is generally going to be still strong enough to just put it in because
Yeah.
you're really only worried about your villain hitting a gut shot with a hand that he should not have
I'd agree.
too many combos of, right?
Like we don't want to be folding sets. Like we don't have to fold a set.
didn't with us.
No.
I'm running like 5 minutes late. I'm usually like, guys, like, hey.
We're also adults, so it's like,
Yeah, definitely when you play live, getting raised on the turn is somewhat uncomfortable. Online, obviously, for 100 big blinds against quite aggressive opponents, that hand just goes in.
Yeah. Caitlin, not a believer in the 9 triz. 9 triz of hearts. Aaron would be ashamed.
7 raise to 75.
Definitely going to see a raise from Optimize here.
One call. 3 raise.
Sean makes it
I
75
mean,
with
Pier
the
was
ace-7.
here on
Hamburger
Tuesday,
calls.
at 5.
Oh, I guess it said Optimize at pocket 7s, but he must have had something else because he snap folded that hand.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right. 6-6-3.
Yeah.
Hamburger with trips.
7 check.
We see Chase came along as well. Chase does have a spade draw.
Definitely like to see a check raise here from Hamburger. Ooh, that's a big bet.
Chase gonna go pot here.
I don't think that this size makes too much sense. The times you do have a 6, you don't want to bet so big and scare everyone else off, and then the times where your opponents have a 6, you now just get crushed. So I think we see a raise to like 800 here. Oh, just a call.
Instead, he just flats here,
Yeah, we have room for 5.
deciding to
A
set
little-
the trap.
A little scary. I think the
Cards
problem.
perfectly safe.
Yeah, I
Now
don't
he's
think
gonna
that there's a-
lead.
Yeah, this doesn't make too much sense to me because if you want to lead on the blank turn, you might as well just check raise the flop and
And
deny
he
right
goes
when he
same
flippers.
bet. He goes 225. This just feels so bizarre if I'm sitting there.
1 call.
And Chase basically has a price to hit a flush.
Oh, yeah. Sam and
Let's see.
He does not.
That's free alcohol if you guys want.
So now the question is, what is Hamburger going to try to extract against? Oh, he sets the trap. I really like
Now he
this.
goes for the trap.
ball bust.
Yeah,
Chase, he
Chase should-
knows Chase is aggressive. He just goes 325. He goes teeny tiny.
Oh, okay. I
Hamburger's
love
got a raise
this.
here,
I
doesn't he?
love this Hollywooding. Don't. Oh, there we go.
2 pinks. That's 1,000 straight. Chase will make a show of it, and then he will probably fold because he has nothing.
Yeah, I would have liked him to spend a little more time with his acting there, kind of think about, oh, should I possibly turn my hand into a bluff here? Right? And like, oh, maybe I have like ace-4 or, I don't know, like pocket 2s or something, and now I'm like, okay, cool, I'm just going to blasto him. Right? But so I think that's a little bit of a timing tell for him to check the river and then quite quickly raise.
We have to.
Yeah.
He's also
On the turn, like if I go the check call route on the flop, I consider going the same route on the turn, especially if I'm against an aggressive
You're the most
opponent
likely to offend.
who could keep firing.
Yeah. I think this would have been a spot where I really would have liked to see him put in a lot more money on earlier streets, so that when he checks the river to induce the bluff, the pot's going to be much larger.
Yeah, I feel like that's a spot where you make your bet on the flop and you have to continue that route.
that, yeah. The wilder the better.
Six fold.
King
Seven
nine for
raise,
Swan,
Whatever.
gonna open it up.
Sam at 75 to you're in for $5.
I was like,
Hamburger looking at his delicious day drinks.
how like his mom was next door to
Is that a truly he's got? Yeah, that's right.
I just like
We're gonna get some schmizziness in the house. Let's go. Ooh, giving him
Juice
some
is
other
flowing.
Yeah, now we get the VIP going. VIP, VPIP. I'm already schmizzy.
Okay.
Wouldn't be our first drunk episode.
One call. Chase took his chance.
We see
Oh yeah, I definitely know in Dallas they're
a few
they
calls.
ordered the 36 pack before the beginning of the game.
Back 10-9. Super coordinated board, except nobody has anything.
One check.
Yeah, I expect to see this checked around.
7
Sean,
bet.
Swinging a fire, bottom pair, and a gut shot. And nobody has anything.
I can't think of what he looks like.
Like if I'm Sean, I'm just checking that back.
Remember that blind call?
Yeah, it took me
Like
a
I
while
was
to
going to get blown off of a hand like King 9.
Yeah,
But then we
exactly.
both came around to realizing that we're both extremely blunt a-holes and
Alexa off. My Alexa
he
screaming
likes
at me.
that I don't mess up dealing, and I like that he appreciates that I don't mess up dealing, so we get along in that aspect. pretty
But definitely seems to be a game where just being
Thank you.
as aggressive as possible is taking it down because you're not facing a lot of resistance. Right? It seems to be a spot where if you just raise and bet every single hand, you probably would be winning the majority of pots here.
Straddle
So if they can psychically hear my vibes, that's what I would recommend to them that they'd be doing. Just closing their eyes and just smashing the bet button.
7 raise to 75.
Angelo are wondering, do stream players have to pay time? Yeah, the stream players, they're just like anyone else here playing at Texas Card House. They're going to
One
pay
raise.
their $12 an hour club access fee.
2 fold.
So we see a bunch of action here. Sean opens up his suited king.
5 to
Hamburger called the 75 with his fives. Chase going for the squeeze and the small blind with the king 10. Has gotten through the initial razor. Back to Hamburger,
Kevin Downhill.
who has a price to go try and flop a 5.
sweet little old man 2-5 kid.
Ooh,
There's a lot
what
of
is he going to do here? I actually have no idea what he's going to do.
7.
I
Hamburger's
think
full
fold
of
is
surprises.
like fold is the one thing we can never do. I think a back raise would just feel pretty weird. It would work against king 10.
He dishes out a little bit of needles too. Not
Does
a lot,
call.
a little bit. He kind of jockeys with the table and stuff. Like I'm surprised he would get overly offended.
I think the one thing is when you
It's okay with
call and then call the squeeze, your hand looks exactly like what it is. So you sometimes get run off the board here.
It's like you can't snap at this person who's dealing.
Ace 9-8.
Snap at this
Not a good flop for fives.
person,
Chase gonna continue.
Really love Chase's bet here as long as he does it with the intention of following through. I think Hamburger should just fold the flop, to be honest, but
Hamburger
it seems
getting
quite
stubborn.
sticky.
It's that way with a lot of
Almost gets rewarded. The 6 is 1 pip too many. He does pick up he picks up a cut shot that's not going to be good.
Yep. I really want Hamburger to bet here.
And he does just that. He makes it 350.
So if you're going to float with pocket fives and you get checked to on future streets, it's really important to try to turn your hand into a bluff to try
What's
to.
Chase doing?
Oh,
Chase is cutting out a bunch of chips. Chase goes for the check raise.
Woo, spicy.
Chase doing Chase things. Turning up the aggression. He makes it 800.
If someone's a bully, you gotta stand up to him.
You know, after Hamburger doesn't raise the flop, his story does not make sense to be a very strong hand. Right? He can't have ace king. Ace queen is going to be pretty close.
Yeah.
You know, he's really
He's got about another 20 minutes.
he's really in a pickle if he doesn't have a set or pocket seven. or
Same
something
thing,
like that.
Dada.
Basically captain the drug here.
You guys can live
Wow!
with another-
Wow!
Now the interesting is what happens on the
What
river.
a call.
Chase only, massive call. Chase only has half pot behind. A little
This
over
is-
half
It is
pot.
hard
Oh,
to
this is the
River pairs to
craziest.
9.
The craziest call out here from
I do not know.
Does
Hamburger
Chase follow
here.
through?
He's a real breeder.
In the
I
chat,
mean,
what do you think? Does Chase follow
Wow,
through?
wow. Here we go.
He follows
Oh.
through. Chase is all in for $1,500.
Oh, what a call out here. I really like this because it's really hard for Hamburger to have a 9, right? Calls the flop, bets the turn, calls the check raise, and doesn't fold the 9. Can't have a 9 here. Chase can definitely have all of it. Oh,
Hamburger lets it go.
wow.
Chase's aggression gonna get the job done.
Yeah. Love that line.
Yeah, that's
Really
really
puts the
good.
hammer down and does not give Hamburger the chance to bluff him at the river. Even though, how sick would it be if he checks the river and then calls and then is right?
That'd be the mother of all hero calls.
No.
Jack Barnett is coming out to play.
Well played, Chase. That was a nasty
Massive fight
hand.
for Chase.
Yeah. Really just had Hamburger's number the entire time, right? Every part of the hand, he just knew. Oh, my hand has got to be best here.
Yeah. Small blinds, big
Absolutely.
blinds, straddle.
As we get another hand going, how do we follow that up? Ragnar Orby, I love that comment. Hamburgled. Hamburglar action there. Spot on.
I mean, that was a great spot where I thought, after Hamburger floats the flop, going for the bluff on the turn makes a lot of sense. So I really
You're
like that.
attacking a super weak range. Absolutely.
About 6,000 more doesn't even.
No action this time.
So where did y'all meet? The bachelor
It's
party?
crazy. It was so quiet. We're talking about how everyone is
Yeah,
giving up too loosely, and then suddenly,
Oh,
bam,
nice. You're a bunch
all
of
of the action.
Lias. What do y'all practice?
Look at these VPIPs. The smallest VPIP, 29%. But you know what? It's a five-handed game.
No, we do
We
not.
should see a lot of hands getting played because you're in position a lot.
Energy.
Yeah.
Big blind, please.
Five-handed, three
Guys
blinds,
play tennis
live
here.
players. Yeah, we should see a lot of flops.
For like,
We should be nowhere near that 15% Waddy line.
so kind of
Motley Crue. Sorry, it's on me.
25.
It's funny because I feel like when I play online, I'm generally the loosest player at my table, but then like the 2 times that I've played on the high stakes Dallas stream, they're like, your VPIP is like 9%. I'm like,
No shame in a low VPIP.
7.
See Chase with King 10 again, limping. Caitlin's going to raise over him.
8 call. 1 call. 3 win.
And Chase going the limp call route with what is the best hands at the moment. 3 ways to this flop. 10, 8, deuce. Chase with top pair. And the
Chase
only
leads out here, which is
1 bet, 1
which interestingly
always a little bit of a giveaway that you have part of the board.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely prefer him to check and just let Caitlin just put in a bet himself.
and he's going to say, hey, look, I had it. And that's the thing. And something I kept seeing when I was up in Tulsa. If people connect with the flop, they'd be like, I lead. Like,
Yeah,
I gotta put the money in before you outrun me.
Did you hear about our
But the problem is, if you announce, hey, I have it, guess what people are going to do? They say, this guy has it. I fold.
Or they're going to realize you don't have enough of it and raise you.
Or
Right?
they're going to have aces and say, screw you, I'm the pre-flop raiser, I have it.
Yeah. Or when the flop's ace jack 7 and they lead into you, you just raise them with any 2 cards, and then they make a face.
Yep. And half the time, it's like a crappy top pair.
6 raises 75.
Got a raise from ace 9 offsuit from Optimizing the button, very standard. See a defense from Sean with a hand that is probably okay to defend, but I'd probably prefer to see a 3-bet.
I tend to 3-bet small blind versus button myself as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You really want him to fold. Like he could easily just check fold the best hands here on this 10-6-5 all diamond flat.
And it looks like
Either
he
player holding a diamond.
might here. I like Optimize betting very small. I think betting 25 or like 30 is really, really good here, to be honest.
You're not
Like just a tiny bit on the flop.
6 bet,
That was a bit
85.
bigger, and just as I said, Sean does check fold the best hands.
Yep, exactly. That's the power of just naked aggression, is that you're always putting the onus on your opponent to hit a flop. And
Sometimes you gotta get out of the way of moving
Yes.
crazy. You gotta
Yeah.
limit your loss.
Like imagine he goes the 3-bet route pre-flop. It's optimized folding his ace high on the flop most likely.
Yep, exactly.
I ate a lot.
See our friend Carl, the chat pro, dropping by the chat. Got some of those chat pro hoodies available.
Nice.
Great to hear, Carl. I hope you're doing great.
Like,
You just watching him roll.
Jedi Master Ted, I see you there.
yeah, no, right before I came in.
Cat Poe actually owned me in a really, really huge pot when I was in Dallas. He
What was
jammed,
that?
he jammed pocket jacks and got me to fold pocket queens.
Pre-flop?
No, on a 4-bet pot and a king high flop.
Okay.
Completely smashed me. I don't know if he was value betting or bluffing, but regardless of what he did, he destroyed my soul. So good for him.
We got Sean 3-betting the Jack 7 of diamonds over
There we go.
optimized. We see Queen Jack just get out of the way, and we see Sean's aggression take it down.
Optimized at the very bottom of his range there. Easy fold.
How many hands have gotten to showdown? I'm thinking like
None. No hands have gotten to showdown.
Like,
Any? Was there one?
One
So,
hand.
when I had ace queen and ace jack and we chopped on the river.
He called my king
We got
10.
showed.
If I still had control over the graphics, this would be where I put up the went to showdown graphic.
Yeah.
But I don't have that button
I
anymore.
think that's the only one that I've been a part of.
So, generally went to showdown should be in the high 20%, low 30% range, but
like in
because we've seen these guys are just being very, very aggressive, betting in some spots that might be a little bit thin, might be turning their hands into bluffs a little bit. The went to showdown is actually much lower than it is in a traditional, theoretical environment.
It's like 20-minute drive from.
y'all get over there to play much? Every now and then.
So we go over there a decent bit. We frankly play blackjack more.
Suited connector for
The
chase.
waitlist on the games are just like
6 calls, heads up.
Raises to 50 here.
Those are a
Definitely
little quick.
gonna get a defense in position, and
8-4 deuce is going to be top pair for chase. Optimize had him dominated, but no more.
this is a spot where Optimize probably should actually call or raise. I think.
alright.
If you just let your opponent always limp and then just min bet the flop, or just like min bet the flop and then bet very small on the flop and just give up, that hand probably is giving it up a little bit too lightly. And it wouldn't have worked this time, obviously, but I think getting spicy on the flop and hopefully turning some opportunities to keep barreling is it's very nice.
Yeah, brain freeze. They took the buttons out of the booth.
No, it's Raz rules.
Yeah, we got enough going on though. I mean, like doing a show and pressing buttons, that's a lot. Yeah, poor Rena getting zapped by Streamlabs because she had one too many
We're
cats.
south of the border.
Cats are great. Come on, more cats. Like half the internet is cats. The other half of the internet, that's poker, right? That's the other half of the internet. Nothing else.
Streamers like
It's
Got a
cats
PLO
and it's
bomb
poker.
pot here, the most skillful and most difficult game in all of poker right now.
4 cards, 2 boards. Let's go.
Oh man.
I don't care what you say on Twitter.
Online does bomb punch. I like
Okay, so what do we want here? We want pocket queens.
Yeah.
We
Or
want
no.
queens with
We want
a
a
7.
7. We want queen, queen, 7.
All we do here is
And Caitlin, ace, king, queen, 3. She's got a queen.
Texas is
Well, she's got Schwan with the other queen.
So I only expect
And he's got a redraw. Schwan's actually got a bunch of the top here. And 7-4-3 deuce for Hamburger. King and a 10 on the turns. I believe there's a nut straight now for Jack 10. 200 and a call. 4 and a 9.
really want to see a pot-sized bet on the river to try to chase Hamburger off. I really would have wanted to see a pot-sized bet on the turn. I mean, Hamburgers now doesn't have any difficult decisions here, but I think if you go, pot here, you actually sometimes get your opponent to fold a bad 7. And like Hamburger has like the nut low 7 here, so
It's a terrible 7. I wonder if Schwan was maybe a little bit concerned. So, actually, now that let me change my train of thought here. Like Sean's Jack 10 could easily be quartered, but maybe that's a reason in favor of betting to try and get a Jack 10 to fold.
Yeah, especially because I don't think that you can ever get quartered here because if your opponent has Jack 10-7, you're going to get raised on the turn.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I found that PLO bomb pots is a spot where when you bet large on the turn and don't get raised, your opponent usually does not have nuts on one board. Obviously, when you have the straight, it's a little bit different because it's a non-unique combination of the nuts, right?
That's the thing. Straights and trips can get you quartered.
Yeah, for sure.
Just cooler left and right, dude.
I played enough 8 or better to know all about getting quartered.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where the rails started to come off for me in the dealer's choice this summer. I just got into a massive all-in pre-flop with ace, ace, deuce, 2 suits, and then the other guy flushes me and he has ace, deuce. That's half my chips, just poof.
Yes.
You're lucky it's only half.
Yeah. Yeah, glad the low came in.
Definitely going to see a raise from Caitlyn here.
Goes
They're
up
playing
to
very
7.
well, very aggressive.
Optimize calls. One going to defend his straddle pretty light there. King 6 offsuit.
Yeah, definitely another spot where I'd really like to see either a 3-better fold with King 6
Yeah,
offsuit.
definitely 3 better folds. I mean, what boards do you want to play a big pot on with King 6?
Exactly.
Not that one where Caitlyn and Optimize both flop a pair. Caitlyn's is better.
Caitlyn flops a really strong hand. Should be really hard for anyone to actually outflop her if they didn't 3-bet pre-flop. I mean, you have to worry about like ace 9 and I guess ace 10 offsuit, but Optimize should not have a lot of those.
Optimize calls the 155 continuation bet from Caitlyn. And this 10 on the turn is going to give him a gut shot.
Really like
higher.
Yeah, I really like her bet here. She unblocks the spades. She should still be pretty far ahead. If she doesn't get raised here, you know, she's not going to think that Optimize has a hand like ace 10.
He does call. Looking for another paint card on the river. Does not get it. He gets another 10. Caitlyn's kicker not playing.
Yeah, not too much value here. I generally think that you want to do something like down bet, which is actually what it looks like she's going for. Oh, what a nasty sizing here. Targeting exactly the hand that she's hoping for. Sometimes induces a raise from spades. But Optimize should just fold here. This is always valid. But looks like he's... Oh! He can't resist. It's so small.
He goes for the raise. He puts a 1 in front of it.
Is that a super
Gets
snap
the
fold?
fold from Caitlyn.
Yeah, good job. I think that when you down bet the river, it has to be with the intention to call. But maybe these players think that when you down bet and get raised, you know, Phil has it a lot.
Maybe she has some history with Optimize to where she thinks it's going to be valued a little bit more often.
Sure.
Optimize has been a regular on TCH for a while. Yeah, I could definitely be in that seat and say, well, the draw's missed. And like that was running 10s. That's not like there was a 10 on the flop and it paired.
Yeah, exactly. There's just not actually too many hands that should rep a 10 that actually don't 3-bet pre-flop or raise on an earlier street. So. But, you know, I really liked Optimize recognizing that even facing the down bet, his hand did not have any value, and then going for the raise.
We have
very well played.
Optimize with an optimal holding here. Couple of aces, gets the defense from Hamburger. He made it 100 pre. Queen 9-5 is going to give Hamburger a gut shot. And it's only a gut shot.
A lot of ways you can play this. I think betting 1/3 of the flop is fine. I think over betting the flop is actually quite nice, like betting 300. Optimize goes for the middle route, again, also going to be fine. I think Hamburger is definitely giving up way too lightly here by folding a gut shot, which is 25% equity, and he has position here. Like, if you're going to ever try to crack aces, man, like, this has to be a hand that's going to go ahead and call. So.
all the suits have names, like the middle position is right?
Under the
Also,
gun.
interestingly, you know, if your opponents are just going to fold a gut shot with the backdoor high pack of hearts here, the check raising the flop actually becomes way better. Because when they bet and you actually raise them, it seems like Hamburger is happy to float. We see the the went to showdown here being absolutely abysmal.
Table conversation. You're good.
Need to see some fighting spirit.
Yep.
6 raise, 75, 7 fold, 8 call.
Optimize coming after that straddle once again. Seems like a defense from Chase. And Hamburger, did he also call?
Three ways to this flop: 10, 10, 3. Nobody with any of those cards. Hamburger with a super weak flush draw.
Yeah, 6 bet, 85.
From what we've seen with Hamburger so far, I expect a lead or a chuck call lead a lot.
Checks over to optimize. He makes it 85. Hamburger going for the call here, looking for a heart. Does he get a heart? He does not get a heart.
Let's see him.
Optimize turns a pair here.
Oh, I'm surprised he does not lead out here. Optimize, I actually think, should go for a bet on the turn. I think his hand is clearly the best.
And now tens full of eights for optimize. Going to be the best hands. Hamburger with the nut low. Might just be giving up here.
I think when you reach the river, it's a pretty mandatory bet when you have 4 high.
Hamburger, optimize rather goes for the small $75 bet. Hamburger just gives up.
I mean, I thought I'd try.
Optimize is going to show the magical 8 of spades. We know that's a really great card here on TCH Live.
That comment will be funnier than you think when you watch the replay.
Shout out to Steam Dola.
Yeah, right.
Still,
Go over a couple more September promos here while we've got a moment. 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. every day, 50% off the club access fee. We once again have the straight flush promo. Flop it for 300, 200 if you turn it, 100 if you river it. Royals and steel wheels pay double. Additional rules apply there. TexasCardhouse.com for complete details. Refer a friend. You refer a new member here, TCH Austin. You get a $50 credit, and they get a month's membership for free. TexasCardhouse.com for complete details on that and every other promotion.
I know.
Yeah, did you know him?
Yeah.
Super cool guy. He just sold it though.
Yeah.
sorry. Like the last one.
8 call.
Hamburger completes in the small blind.
I mean,
Caitlin checks her straddle.
I don't know. It's kind of big. Couple nights.
Heads up we go.
That
Ace, Jack, Jack.
Check,
Caitlin.
check back, Caitlin.
2 raise.
Caitlin is a betting.
Going for the bet.
he was glad to get rid of it. He came in here one day. I've never seen him so.
I probably check back too. There's like no turns I'm afraid of.
8 call.
He wouldn't tell me.
Wow,
Hamburger going to continue. He's got the backdoor steel wheel.
Would not tell me what.
Hamburger has dreams of darkness here, which the gift they're going to fulfill themselves. Now we gotta see a
Yeah,
check, right?
Told me
8 check
the
2.
reason he didn't want it is because he didn't want me to know.
Jaywin's coming to bring
He doesn't want
you
it to
guys
get out.
everybody.
Ah, beautiful.
It's a
Check.
restaurant right here by the card house.
Queen on the river. Doesn't change much.
Oh, he didn't want to tell you what restaurant he owned?
He didn't want to tell me what restaurant because I guess
And
it's proximity
Caitlin bets,
here.
and I think that was just a snap fold there from the Hamburger.
Hey, so did Hamburger call with 5-3 high and then not bluff the river?
Reward him for
That's
finally
right.
telling me. I took
Okay.
my family over there and we ate dinner.
Not the line I was expecting, but it's the line we got.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see some deviousness here,
I mean, I was gonna be like,
but
dude,
maybe the board just ran out in such a way that it was a little scary to run a bluff on.
It's an experience for the kids too. Do you have
Oh, the
kids?
cat wondering if we can
Yeah,
fix
got
the
a little
percentages on the
level.
hands. They're too small to see. I'm sure the RF poker folks will fix that in the future. We
And
do
as she gets
appreciate
bigger,
any
I'm just
feedback
getting
on
more
the
and more
graphics,
excited.
so good.
such as the percentages being too small.
What?
And if I'm repeating myself, it's because the RF poker guy is sitting like 10 feet away from me,
didn't come here to
and I'm
play
hoping
five
he
hands.
hears it, and I think he heard it.
Jaywin's on his way with 2 people.
Sean raising it up with King Jack a heart.
And Streamwebs is going to zap Mo the Cat for yelling because all caps is yelling on the internet.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I'm gonna
Back to the poker.
get some brownie points.
It's not your fault. We're not-
Hamburger with a
I got
6-3.
yelled at for playing tonight, so
There you go.
like, it's just.
Is Hamburger tilting? What's going on here?
Nice meeting
Maybe.
you. No worries, man. Good to meet you. Yeah.
6 in the window. Hamburger has outflopped Sean's King Jack of Hearts. Sean going to continue. Overs and backdoors.
Sean ends up betting here on a spot that I think is probably best to check call or check fold a lot, but you know, if
Hamburger
he's
calls with middle pair and Sean picks up the heart draw.
yeah, I mean,
Sorry
if he's
to
playing
cut you
against
off.
an opponent who's going to be calling with like very low equity and then not folding or not bluffing, then there's no reason to not just bet yourself.
Hamburger calls the second barrel from Sean, who does brick everything on the river. See if he's got the third barrel in him. He checks. You heard it from Hamburger, pair of sixes. He
I
wins.
actually would have liked to. Oh no, I guess the spades came in. If the spades didn't come in, then betting is pretty reasonable on the river.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like you play like yeah.
I think if you get this far with 6-3, I think oftentimes you're just happy to take it.
Oh, I meant from Sean's perspective.
Oh,
if the
from
spades
Sean,
didn't come
yeah.
in.
I think I'm firing the third barrel there. Unless we think Hamburger is just never ever folding.
Oh, this is not good.
No, it's not.
Where are we?
Yes,
Get
we
another
are
look
in
at
Austin.
the
This is
earnings.
technically northern
Chase and
Austin.
optimize the winners so far this evening. We still have plenty of TCH Live left to go from here in
Break your
Austin.
big blind.
All right. You know, we've long postulated about a heads up.
Yeah, out of all the places to
Are you guys gonna have a heads up stream? That sounds fun.
Also take this moment to remind you every Friday here at TCH Austin, ladies night, ladies
save.
play for 50% off the seat fee promo that I missed a little bit earlier.
I'm playing.
An oldie but a goodie.
How bad is it?
Hey,
To raise the
75 from Caitlin. We don't know what she's got. Queen Jack for Sean. Easy defend in that straddle there.
Cool. Let's play from Sean's shoes here.
Dude, I'll never go there.
Nothing.
So bad last time.
Hey, if you've got the skinny, if you got the dirty diaper, you've just flopped gin.
Recently or a long time?
Yep. That's a check.
Check.
Year ago.
Don't think Caitlin's got a lot of this either.
Well, maybe that was
I like Caitlin actually checking a wide variety of hands here. She should be raising less deuces that Sean is defending. And she bets down bets the flop. Really like her play, almost regardless of her hand, especially if she has a bluff.
I mean,
So if
dude,
you use
like-
king queen here, very well played.
Took them a million years to just like bring a tea out for me. Our appetizer came out before my tea, but it wasn't our appetizer. It was actually the wrong appetizer. And then they finally like they took it back and brought my tea out.
Yeah.
And then they bring the
Looks like
entree.
Hamburger is the
And,
twice.
we
loosest
both
player
got
here
medium
with the lowest
steak.
PFR.
And
Looks like Caitlin, Optimize, and Sean are coming in with the heat when they play.
and then we ordered 2 sushi.
Otherwise, just like a lot of limping, a lot of calling.
And we told the waiter, like, are we?
The thing is, though, there's two ways to win a poker hand, and by not raising, you're shutting out one of those ways. You can win at
Exactly.
showdown, or you can win when the other player folds.
Yep.
And you got to be aggressive if you want the other player to fold. Dalton Richards wondering, do you need to be invited to play on the stream? No, in the video description, there is a link to a form. Just fill that out if you're interested in playing on TCH Live, whether it's here in Austin or up in Dallas. We could make that happen. As we see Jack 7 Deuce giving Hamburger a pair of sevens and the best hands.
with that hard cut.
8 call.
Caitlin quickly down bets. I really like the sizing here. Should just be enough to get
Hey, Kristen, do me
everyone off of a hand here.
and remind him to not.
This hand in theory probably is actually not a bet because the queen of the 8 don't have too much influence on the board because, you know, Hamburger probably does not have ace queen or ace 8 there, but You know, if Hamburger's again floating the flop with 3 high out of position, definitely.
The thing
just,
is, we've already seen, like just not even 5 minutes ago, we did see Hamburger table 6-3 offsuit.
Exactly, yeah.
So he's got a lot of garbage in his range.
Yeah, yeah. If we think that he's got playing like 60% of hands, just gonna have to keep the gas on the entire time.
They play big a couple times a week. I think I went up there a couple times for it. It's a nice little game. They just got like a small space for intimate no empty tables, like K-Rock.
See, pressure frequency. Chase has disappeared off the face of the graphics. Did we lose Chase?
But it's in the same area.
Hey, production, did we lose Chase?
So Card Club is technically.
They're not hearing me.
And K-Rock.
Did we lose Chase?
Yeah, it looks like playing four-handed right now.
Yeah, Chase has decided to call it an evening, but we do have reinforcements coming. They promised me. Sean with the King Jack suited, Caitlin defending.
I'm just surprised the area is even big enough for 2
I can crush one of those right now.
9-9 deuce.
Is that his house? That
Both players whip here. That should get it done. See Ragnar over on the Twitch side now.
So what is it usually like on a Thursday night?
Great to see you on Twitch as well. We're on Twitch. We're not just on YouTube, guys.
Then it's like 1 or 2 seats short.
Texas
Really?
Card House on Twitch, TCH Live Poker on YouTube.
Last time I came in like this.
Wherever you are, press the buttons that say you enjoy this program.
What's really strange about this to me is like we're really only here like tonight. Like we're not, you know, like
This is a blunder.
yeah.
Well, but you guys registered with Kristen, right? So
We're talking about the
Fair enough.
everyone's out of town
More
from
than
Labor
just, like,
Day.
got around Texas.
yeah, right.
As you can see.
Yeah,
Well, these
yeah.
credit
People have their vacation plans, or maybe they have their poker
These games
plans.
are getting
You don't
too
have any poker
splashy. Now we
plans?
got people flying
Maybe
in.
consider swinging over to Texas Card House Spring, just north of Houston. We've got a 100K guaranteed tournament going on this weekend, 30K guaranteed for first. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details there, or Poker Atlas, TCH Spring. I'm not going to make it over there myself, but should be a great one.
Just be like the holiday weekend or
We
something.
get another heads up flop here.
Or the rain or the witchcraft.
It's probably the witchcraft.
Ace King 10 2 clubs. Caitlin flops Broadway.
She's got the nuts. Sean's got top pair. Could see some money go in here.
Oh, definitely. You know, Ace 2 is not going to be a hand that's going to be happy to face too much aggression. Might just win on the flop, to be honest. We'll see. Caitlin's representing really exactly one combo here. Yep, let me see the full on flop.
So, are you ever in favor of like the delayed check raise, where maybe we wait for the turn to do that?
Yeah, generally when you have this straight, you want to fast play, mostly because you unblock a lot of your opponent's calling range.
The 20 minutes has now
On
elapsed.
hand like, or a board like Ace King 10, I think because it's a board that's so good for the pre-flop razor, you shouldn't have too many check raises in the flop because you just don't have many combinations of the nuts. So going for like a check call flop, check raise the turn that brings in the backdoor draw to try to represent some like backdoor spades or something is very attractive.
How old am I?
Also, just mixing up the street you put in the raise for value is a skill that like high stakes players have that I think lower stakes players don't have because they're really worried about like getting outdrawn all the time. They focus so much about people catching up and hitting like the 3 or 5 outers that they don't give themselves enough room to let your opponent bluff at them.
I hope you don't land up these. I respect this.
Chad, again, wondering about the sunglasses on Carly. Thomas suggests because she's cool.
We have like golf buddies. That's about it.
Now let's see.
We're all pretty trash.
Yeah, you don't
That's
really
right.
know where
Jose.
Between hands here.
My brother would.
So,
be
question for Alvin here from Mo the Cat. What percentage do you think use GTO? And less than 10% from Mo's observation. What do you think?
I'm from Plano.
Uh,
Oh shit! How about that?
so really that's a kind of a difficult question because I think every high stakes player uses GTO. Like understanding the baseline is extraordinarily important, even when you're deviating from it. right? So there's going to be a lot of spots where I see my opponents deviating from GTO, so I'm not going to play GTO myself, but I actually have to know what GTO is to recognize that they're deviating from in the first place, right? So
changed a lot,
even when you
actually.
play an
It's like
extremely exploit style, really important to know what the fundamentals are. Mostly because that's you know when people are like, oh, if a guy's continuation betting too much, I should raise him a lot. How do you know what too much is if you don't know GTO in the first place?
You just don't like it?
And I'm sort of in the same boat there. Like, I've definitely studied the GTO preflop charts, but it's more like, okay, this is where I start from. This is what I do against an unknown. Look at this flop. Top 2 for Hamburger. Club draw for Caitlin. Sean
Combo
with the
draw for
overpair nut
Caitlin,
shot.
right? She has the flush draw and the open straight draw here. So
Yeah, she does have the open ender as well. One end is not good.
Exactly.
Sean continues for 425. Hamburger calls with his top 2. Caitlin
love the
25.
love the shove here.
Sean's
probably gonna go.
I don't think Sean can ever fold.
I don't think Sean can ever call. Actually,
I didn't like it that much because
I think when you have top pair here and you have no club, you can actually just fold here.
Well, I was just really, I had the hankering.
Overpair plus Scott shot's
but
not enough.
I don't, to me,
No,
there's
no,
too much
not nearly enough.
cookie and too little
Okay.
ice cream.
I might be a little bit loose then.
You need to up the ice
Like, he
cream.
is stacking his chips. Like, he's really thinking about this.
Especially with a player left in the hand, I think calling here is actually a punt. But you know, he does have I mean, not horrible equity. I think the problem mostly is when Caitlyn jams over 2 players, she either has you completely crushed or she's drawing super live against you.
Well,
like cookie mashed into a little bit of ice cream.
And it's very rare that she just shows you a random bluff like ace 9 of hearts. Right? If she can ever show you that, then you have to call here. But if she can't show you that, then it's
You need to go to
probably
Amy's and get their,
a fold.
chips.
And how worried are we about Hamburger, like Mr. 6'3"?
They have a combo.
Like, we've seen a lot of loose calls from his seat.
Like Chips Ahoy or something.
Yeah.
Sean does fold.
No,
And
it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, like here we saw that he just smooth called 8-7. We saw him smooth call.
how is Hamburger not snapped yet?
Doesn't matter. Up to you.
There we go.
Yeah.
There's the snap.
Okay.
Like, he's got the top 2.
2015, I think.
I mean, we've seen that Hamburger slow plays in some places where you know, theoretically he should probably raise to. So, you know,
Yeah, with that, yes.
kind of hard to tell what he has. And obviously, he shows up
Alright.
the top 2 here.
So here
Big
we
sweat,
go. We'll run
let's go.
out.
Okay.
Can Hamburger's top 2 hold? The
Are we
video
running it once
froze.
here?
Okay.
The video. Okay, there we go.
No, the video didn't freeze. The hand on top was still moving.
There's the ace. There's
a
the
club.
jack of clubs. Caitlin gets the first board,
Wow. That was,
and
Top,
I
top.
believe we chop it up here.
no, yeah, I've got a top 2. Yeah. Okay.
Good fold with pocket tens there.
Yeah.
Great.
That was the discipline fold.
Nice ball, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, what the hell, Kristen? I'm gonna.
No one here really had any decisions, really.
Break.
Hamburger obviously has the super snap. Caitlin's jam is very, very good.
Yeah, I was like pretty happy with the flop. I was like,
Yeah,
nice
but
there.
we
Got to overpair the board. Like, yeah.
Completely, but
It's like, no one should have
Thank you.
9-10, I
Blake
have 2
did.
tens.
Blake did.
Yeah, that's what exactly. I'm like,
Ragnar RP, I'm definitely not saying the thing that you're suggesting that I say. I'm not saying that.
you gotta have
And you know why.
as soon as She's like, every time you speak,
Uh,
we should all go over there
Lots
together.
of sunglasses chatter. Anybody who, you know what, guys, lay off Carly. Okay? She's got the sunglasses, and hey, this is a live stream. This is a show. Like, you're not generally seeing viewers casually at the table with sunglasses. This is a live stream.
How long?
I'm 18.
If you don't mind me asking. Okay.
Gotta bring that swag out.
Yeah.
9 months.
Well, that said, somebody brings up a good point where, like, people might have sensitivity to light. And these are some bright lights that you get around the live stream. Like, above these players, there's some pretty bright lights. And yeah, some of us are more sensitive to bright lights than
She
others.
was 2 full weeks.
Like, I'll tell you one thing I don't miss about my home state of New York. A sunny day after a bunch of snow's been dumped on the ground. Absolute torture
yeah.
to me.
Blinding.
Like, maybe you can tell, I don't got a lot of pigment in me. That applies to my eyes as well, and so it can get kind of uncomfortable. As we see a flop where there's a lot of shot possibilities here. Ace 8-8. And Optimize's aggression is going to get Hamburger off these slightly better hands.
Definitely a spot where with the spade draw, I'm probably not actually folding King Jack. I'm hoping to actually try to call once and try to check the hand down or turn my hand into a bluff on a future street.
Wrong position.
But naked aggression just keeps taking it down.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like, you'll be gaining like a pound or 2 a week. I'm gaining like 3 to 4 pounds a week.
Good. That's
I'm
a
telling
healthy
you,
model.
Hibachi is like where we gotta go next.
Gaining 3 to 4 pounds a week? Is this the Texas barbecue talk? That's
Steak and eggs. That sounds.
what happens to me when I'm in Texas. Woo!
There's definitely certain times of the year where I might be gaining that much weight.
Oh, yeah.
It's on this side of the shop.
When I'm going to Terry Black's, it's over. My waistline explodes.
2 minutes.
You know, the sad thing is, like,
I know,
normally during
it's an aquarium that
WSOP,
looks
like, you do a lot of walking
like
around, maybe you lose a little bit of weight.
pet store.
And I did the entire series this summer.
Time with the kids. We go
I
all
managed to
over.
screw that up by breaking my foot on the way out to Vegas. I did no steps. Instead of doing 6 weeks worth of steps, I did 6 weeks worth of scooter.
Oh, I see.
10-8 deuce is going to give Optimize the open ender and 2 pair for Caitlin, so
Gonna see some
big
fireworks
hands
here.
on both sides.
Looks like Caitlin just leads out small. Optimized just flats. Yeah, probably
That
a
is what
mix
happens.
between flatting and raising.
And Caitlin now downgrades to 3 pair.
Unfortunately counterfeited, but looks like she's gonna keep trying to go for some value against diamonds, the exact hand Optimize has.
6 call. There's my husband.
Should be a little scary because she should not have too many 8s in her range, I guess. Optimize then hits top pair on the
There's
river.
Jack.
Good question. Is that your husband?
Yeah, that's
Oh, wow,
my husband.
Optimizes 2 pair going to
You guys meet here?
beat the 3 pair for Caitlin.
Yeah, I was
I'm not sure if
Caitlin
Caitlin
getting my
realizes
training.
she's benefited here.
Just a plan. Come on.
River rat. River rat. Boo.
Boo.
There's nothing better than being, a player.
Unfortunate river there for her.
well, he only started for
Yep, very standard for Optimize. He's not really going anywhere.
hourly discount. on
Oh,
the
really?
rate. Yeah, thank you, because he plays a lot.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
I see less
I'm
and less.
actually.
At Poker Monkey, yeah, the foot's in pretty good shape there. Thanks for asking.
Spread
I
that
know.
around.
It's been like 3 months now, so yeah,
I
the
keep telling him, I'm
pretty
like,
much
the
there.
student's
Personally, I'm
gotta
happy
be
for
I've been out of the
coming
booth for a
out.
while.
Big fly.
Nick from Yuma in the chat. Great to see you.
This year has honestly been like the
Rena, Chase, and C1 decided to call in an evening, but we're promised that reinforcements are coming. We won't be forehanded much longer. We'll get some more players.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
2 races, 66
You see, I think they found out that I was going to be filling in for Aaron, and they all decided, hey, I don't want to hear this guy.
I had like.
I don't want this guy talking about my play.
We were like driving around, running
This is
errands,
Aaron McAvoy, right?
and
Yeah, Aaron McAvoy, who normally
Yeah.
does our 510 shows. I think he's busy with like a fantasy football draft, and good luck with that. I'm not in any leagues myself this year, so
You want to?
All ass.
I actually met Aaron at the World Series of Poker last year.
No, it's
We had a
actually
couple
the
IHOP dinners.
like a couple thousand
yeah.
off for me.
Sorry.
Solid choice there with the IHOP.
Not your name.
I was doing some IHOP myself last week up in Tulsa. There was an IHOP right across from the casino, and I did some dinner breaks there
Jay went to Scotland.
because that casino is like so dead during the week up in Tulsa.
Yeah, it's so important to have food near where you are playing
I'm only
poker
drinking
tournaments.
Jay's drink.
I'll have one.
Sure.
So a couple familiar faces up there. Our friend Steady, the poker traveler, got I think 3rd in the main, which that's the way to do it.
You're in seat 9.
Like awesome run, just like show up for the last weekend, crush the main. As opposed to my strategy of be there the entire week and a half and get second in the smallest tournament. We do see Caitlin win with that open.
No. Wait, where's the thing?
Looks like we got new blood.
We do. I think I saw Jay win there. Collecting some chips and maybe collecting a seat. I see a rack of black, or at least half a rack of black. Those black $100
I
chips.
brought a friend with me too, but he's getting.
How much are you coming in for?
Jalen says he's
2 more
worth it.
players. Let's go.
5K to Jalen.
The more the merrier here on TCH Live.
like the new felt. It's a whole lot
Pretty
better.
sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
We're the first to play on it.
are we?
Just
TCH Dallas just premiered there.
By June to put.
You want me to?
Will you grab this star first?
I miss TCH Dallas, one of the best poker rooms in North America.
Thank you.
No, but I have
Yeah.
one for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to go wrong with a Texas Card House location. Dallas, Austin, Spring, and Rio Grande Valley, the 4 locations.
What do you have there? 5 cents?
You'll get
Definitely
fake line.
check one out if you are in the area.
It's chilly. In here?
Not.
Yeah, like I keep forgetting because I'm wearing this, but like everyone
We
else.
stream at least 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Mondays and Thursdays from Austin, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Saturdays from Dallas. Sometimes we have a bonus show.
You like the table?
How do they do the RFID?
Everyone waving their cards over the table to make sure the RFI readers pick it
Yeah, I'm
up.
just wondering like where.
That's right.
Where they decide.
You can't see them, but there are actually marks on the table that you can see from the table, but not on camera, that tell you where to put the cards or the scanners to pick them up.
Ooh, Optimize getting quite spicy on the button immediately against this the new straddle.
I got it already back here. I got my truly.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Thanks,
And
man.
I did not hear your game. So that's fine.
Get a flat with ace 10 offsuit. Very, very standard.
Oh, you got.
Truly waiting.
955, the Dolly Parton flop there. Ace 10 still out ahead.
Oh, it looks like Sean raised, not Optimized, so.
Yeah, the graphics catching up here.
Yeah. They updated
The
it.
guy's here actually.
What's weird? The RFA is
Pressing
here.
some buttons.
Yeah, yeah.
And then check it.
Did you see him?
I don't see him right now.
Well, check on the flop. Seems very standard.
Sean spikes his 8 on the turn.
775.
See if we get any action here. So I see $75 bet. I think that was Sean. It was.
Don't expect
Jay
Jay to fold here. If you check back ace 10, you're not doing so with the intention of folding the turn. Think that's the best
Absolutely. And
answer.
Jalen spikes on the ends.
7 check.
Pair of 10s now for Jalen. That'll be best at showdown.
I want to see a big bet here. I think that really hard for villain to have 7-6. We should think our hand is the best a lot. We should not be expecting too many induction bets.
250 from Jalen. Gets the quick call from Sean. Gonna see that he got rivered.
That's the only pot, which is what I was hoping to see. Wanted to see like a pot or even a slight overbet is really dirty here. So I like the bet sizing. Very, very well played by Jalen.
And Captain Underpairs with the $20 super chat. Awesome stream and commentary, guys. Thank you so much, Captain Underpairs. Great to have you. Great chat from you.
Don't let him fool you.
They're
His
friends.
legal name is
The
Hamburger.
chatters definitely make the show as well.
That's my legal appearance.
Are you guys here for a bachelor party?
That's right. We are. My brother's, but he's not here.
Got it. We met another bachelor party group last week. They were
On this stream?
I don't know how the hour
same
calculations
thing.
work there, Captain Underpairs.
Or at least mine.
Yeah, I just don't know how it works, so I can't tell you if it's accurate.
Yeah.
And they were crushing the Reds. It was in a peel of ball.
Oh, just kidding. Miss Deal Sunback.
Miss deal.
I love how everyone
You
checks.
are not.
Just like
2 over.
Yeah,
Drinking 2K?
I did
Cool,
look wrong. Like, I immediately determined that he wasn't in
Oh,
the
no, I'm
shot.
good for now. I'm gonna try to get some food first.
What kind of food are you gonna get, Jay?
My
I've been
buddy
looking
picked
at
up a
Rodan.
Whataburger.
So, who's excited for football season? One more week, the NFL gets started.
Oh, okay.
Texas GTO, attack it and stack
I
it.
think it's overrated.
That's how I agree.
We're proud of it.
I miss it all the
Yeah.
time. So
Hey, Whataburger
Back in
But
stack.
there's some nostalgia with like hometown stuff.
dinner is overrated. Whataburger
Optimize with aces.
is the nuts.
which is 24 hours now.
Optimize his pre-flop holdings. Starts with a raise. See if he gets any action.
8 fold,
Hamburger, not a believer in the 9 triz.
2 fold.
Wow.
Caitlin, not a believer in the 10 high.
So sick.
Optimize turning over the nuts.
We're gonna pause action for a minute
Folded the
because
cave,
half the table just walked off.
Folded the Cowboys.
Looks like we have a pause in the action for a bathroom break.
Huh?
Carlos
They both needed to
saying that dealer's looking cooler than the other side of the pillow. I'd agree with that. Rest in peace, Stuart Scott. famous for that phrase on Sports Center back in the day.
It's not like we have been watching.
Oh man, I miss Stuart Scott. I loved his commentary.
Yeah, he was one of the best.
I think the most famous thing he ever said, or the thing that I love the most, he says, "That man must be butter because he's on a roll." It's like,
Yeah.
Woo.
Brief pause in the action here.
Yeah.
All the players ran away.
Crazy rain, huh?
Was it something I
All the poker
said?
players at home.
Did it rain?
I guess.
Oh, is it crazy rain right now? Is that why everyone is home?
I guess
Rain
so.
today?
Is there like a big storm in Dallas?
There was no rain on the way in.
I'm just trying to come up with reasons why no one's.
Like I don't actually know what it's like outside because I don't have a window right now.
Oh,
no,
it's
you might get
Memorial Week?
Yeah, interesting.
We just broke like.
Oh, Labor
Like I'm looking at the radar, I don't actually see any rain right now where I'm sitting here in Austin, Texas. But
Well,
there could be some random storms that
Well, that 2-5 back
came
there
through.
is
But
really good, so no one wants to leave.
yeah.
it's one of those things that happens in Texas sometimes.
going.
You certainly need the rain.
Flipped out of here.
Thomas wondering why doesn't TCH use auto shufflers?
Don't have to die.
This question comes up sometimes. For one thing, they can be really brutal on these RFID cards, which are not cheap. And for another thing, you actually just don't see them very much around Texas because those are super expensive machines.
7 rains.
And
75.
just going with some kings, could have a super expensive pot here.
9 gold.
Hamburger with the king 9 coming along.
Heads up.
Looks like this will be heads up to the flop.
Case King. Case King.
King. King for chaos.
I got caught up. I watched 2 more of your
9-9.
There's a 9.
Okay, well,
Hamburger's got
Definitely-
something.
definitely going to start getting some action from the 9 there. Probably going to get at least 2 streets.
150.
No, man, of course I did. I gave you
Hamburger
150
coming out with
Sean.
the big bet.
He's not folding pairs.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
John this morning is doing good.
Brick turn.
Doing good.
I'd like to really see an overbet here. I think going for like 600 and to set up the river all in is really good.
375.
7 bet 375.
He goes 375. I think he's setting up to shove for a pot on the river.
Check it out. Getting tired of watching
You
Huskies.
set up like the like camera and stuff, and
Yeah, no, like an iPhone does.
yeah.
Like, I have a little, like, whatever you call it.
This is the problem with defending King 9 pre-flop, is that facing your opponent's uncapped range of just all the good hands is really hard to make good decisions.
You so bad.
Oh, you can shit.
Ain't
I love, you know. And,
At least he can still have queen 10.
9 on the river?
bet on this
No.
stream.
Upside down 9.
Look, he's even lurking. He's not even.
All in?
He's not even playing.
That was your change.
Trying to max extract from the jack, which I don't expect Hamburger would ever fold. But
No, I don't think.
I think Sean was pretty quick to shove there. I think this is kind of a general tell that you see from live players, is that he just had predetermined that he was going to shove rather than think about how the river influences how we should think about his bluffing range. And so I generally like to see people think a little bit longer, or at least count to 30 in their minds before shoving.
Hamburger eyeing that stack, not looking for the official count. Asking what the pot is, but that's actually not a thing you can do unless it's a pot
Omaha.
limit game.
Yeah, exactly. Which is very, very funny because, you know, it's a slight quirk in the game.
Starving though. Get that out of here. Unless you have enough to share.
Good fold.
Dude, people can tip you food all day. Dave tips me in spicy nuggets, and I love it. Thank you.
Everyone remember to tip your dealers.
Yes, take care of these excellent staff here at Texas Card House.
I have to say, man, the dealing staff in Texas is just the most professional, the fastest. I think you guys literally have a guy going for the World Series. The Guinness Book of World Records speed dealing record. Really cool.
Yeah. Absolutely. And the fun thing about Texas is like this state has sort of gotten a reputation as like being some of the better dealing jobs in the country. And so all the rooms in Texas basically get to have their pick of
Hey,
talent,
spicy nuggies.
which
They're
makes it a lot
much
easier to have a room packed with good dealers.
Not know who this is.
You're the best game out there. You get the best. You get the best people. Great dealers, great floor here at TCH.
Hamburger raises up with Queen Jack offsuit. It looks like J-Win is
Going for a 3-bet.
He matched with me on
Really like this.
and I said hi, and he never.
J-Win's name sounds familiar. Is he like a vlogger or something?
Yeah, he did recently launch a vlog. He's been on our show many, many times.
Oh, okay.
Because he recognized
Also,
he doesn't want to mix
now
those
working
worlds.
with pokercoaching.com, I think.
No, when he swiped right on me, he knew it was me. The poker
One of my rivals.
That's my job.
Yeah, sorry to plug your competition there.
Oh, that's fine.
8 folds.
This isn't live, is it? We do see the cold 4-bet from Sean's King Queen,
9 folds.
I love it.
and gonna clear it out. Love the aggression.
He's a really interesting guy. His family owns that great place downtown.
King Queen suited is not traditionally a hand that
By PFJ.
is going to 4-bet unless you think that it's close to a full pre-flop. So like a hand like King Jack suited is a much more comfortable 4-bet because, you know, if you flop a Jack or a King, it's going to be a little bit difficult to play. The King Jack suited, I'm sorry, King Queen suited generally has a little bit more showdown value, especially when you flop top pair.
You do
But
love if
4-betting,
they fold an ace.
yeah, but 4-betting if you think your opponent is either going to 4-bet too much or give you credit there is also completely fine because, you know, you should
Absolutely.
be able to go broke when you hit a king.
Yeah. Like you love if they fold an ace. You love if they fold like 9s.
9 folds. Isn't it
It
9?
does also look beautiful.
I'd like to see so many of you in chat are enjoying this show.
For sure. The other one looked like
We love doing it. We love having you here.
6 raised to 90.
Kenneth, you come to THC. This is TCH actually.
It looked great.
I think THC live was at like a few hours ago when it was like 420.
7 call. 8 call. 3 ways.
3 ways to a flop.
I can't count. I'm too hungry. That's being an 8 fold and eating a delicious sandwich right now.
Ace King 4 is going to give Hamburger easily the best hands here. Just the gutter for Sean.
You know, this is twice we've seen optimized bet into 2 players. This is actually a spot where I think a lot of people might be surprised. You should actually have a very large checking range, mostly because people's pre-flop holdings are very ace king king heavy. So the better strat, or the the theoretical strategy here is mostly to bet like large on the flop or check, and you should have a lot of checks, mostly because you should expect a call from a lot of players.
Our rule with multi-way pots usually is somebody has it.
8 call.
Yeah.
If you don't have it, somebody else has it. And it does get calls from both spots, and we're going to see a 10 turn. So Sean adding a pair to go along with this gutter.
I imagine this is going to check through, but I have absolutely no idea. Maybe Sean is going to go for a bluff here, but I think that's...
Okay, yeah. He was reaching for chips. He did check, though. There's Hamburger.
500. Woo!
Chunky.
Really thinks that he is clearly ahead. Maybe he is because of given the action, and he's only extracting pure value here.
Card 2 Ks.
A little bit on the large size, but it works.
Yeah. I think he was like protecting his overpair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe he made a mistake.
Bet 3x.
And there was some chatter before about why do these cards look so big.
He didn't mean to do that.
Oh no.
It's because they're RFID cards. They are going to be bigger than your standard cards. They are bigger than what you'd see out in the on the main floor.
They're also much firmer. I don't think a lot of people realize because of the RFID chip inside of it. These things are like metal plates.
They are thicker. I would say these cards from RF Poker, they actually feel a lot more like normal cards as far as how they feel, which I really like about that. The dealers love that too.
7 call. 8.
Way easier to shuffle those than the old cards that we had.
Sean flats, ace-6 in the small blind. A hand that probably plays fine both as a call and a 3-bet as long as you have a couple 3-bets. and a very standard defense from J-Win.
2,000.
Little spice here. Top pair for J-Win. Open ender for Optimize.
There's a whole bunch of
And spades for Optimize. Straight flush gut shot, actually.
the
I like his flop check.
And Optimize makes a pair.
In theory, J-Win should check this a bunch and just play, again, probably a large better check strategy, and this hand does not
Check
fall
through.
into a large bet.
And there's another jack. Nobody holding a jack, so J-Win gonna be best if we get to showdown.
There's a king.
like every like some hands are 1-2, some hands
This
are
is a spot where I think Optimize
100. Yeah, so like you can straddle whatever you want.
might consider putting in a bet on the turn. Oh no, I'm sorry. There's a four to the straight. Never mind.
They were just kind of splashy.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think-
too
yeah,
easy for somebody to have a queen.
Yeah, I think it's well played.
Play a game like that. Like someone at 12,000.
LV Coleman, good evening.
Themselves out of the,
He says he almost couldn't find the like button. That implies that you did eventually find the like button. I do hope you found it and you pressed it for us.
Okay.
I'm friends with the owner.
See if I've got the right like count here.
Is King Kylie over?
I see 75 likes. That's great.
6, 4.
Let's try and push for 100. I see over 100 of you. Get some more likes here, maybe.
I mean, we call you
8,
optimize.
4.
75 from Sean with his king jack. J-Win with the ace queen. Probably
300.
going to
I don't know.
go for the re-raise there.
300.
I think he put a little on top of that.
Yeah,
325.
cool. So I think earlier in the stream we were talking about how out of position we want to go for 4 or slightly more than 4, so that we see this.
Absolutely. And he's going to hold Sean off of 2 Broadway cards.
Alright. Thank you.
Sean actually had a pretty good candidate to 4-bet again,
Thank you.
but given that he just 4-bet J-Win the hand before, might be a time to just give it up.
Time with you, Jesse, coming in.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Congratulations.
Gonna have a dealer change here.
Giddy up for a dealer change, bomb hunt.
Peace out, Mia Wallace.
Are
It
you?
was
Probably
we
going to
hardly knew
step
you.
out.
Oh, you can see a bump when you did that.
Jesse going to step in here, another one of our excellent dealers. And we're coming up on halfway here. We're going to have ourselves another kilo bomb pot here.
I need to grab something. I'll be right back.
All right.
What? They're a couple
I'll hang around with you here, chat.
Yeah, the Burger King.
Hope you've enjoyed the show so far. Good news is we got 2 more hours to come.
He got stuck at a Whataburger.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he
Just like you like.
Yes. Well done, Carly.
Hey, Ben Blake. Play yesterday?
had a busy one. It's the first one in a long time. I've just been crushed.
Ragnar, no, I don't think Chase got stacked. I think he just called it an evening.
Play poker more.
Yeah, production confirming he decided to call it an evening. No, he's a busy guy. He's got other stuff going on. He's got a baby at home, I'm told. That'll keep you busy.
You remember how it was way back then.
And here we go with the cards.
How's baby?
I thought it was a misty. I was like,
baby.
oh, baby's great. Yeah. I saw that third card come out.
Every player with 4 cards. Remember, Pot Limit Omaha, you must play exactly 2 of them at Showdown.
That's the word.
King 10-7,
Really enjoy the moment.
Queen 5-3, flush draws on both boards.
What is for?
Set of kings for J-Win. 7's a slight bummer since he does have one of his boat outs blocked.
That's the least random
She
selection
has
He's
the
like,
card.
pick a
My
number
rule in
1,
these double
3,
board bomb
4,
pots
5.
is that I'm checking 100% from the small blinds without looking at my cards. And then I'm pleasantly surprised when I look down at the set. We see Caitlin She's got Jack, Jack, 10, 9. She does have some draw possibilities optimized. Just an open ender. Sean has like a pair. Ooh, set of jacks for Caitlin. She might be in some trouble here.
Sean also turns the nut flush draw on the bottom, it looks like.
Nut
Oh, no, sorry,
hearts for
hamburger.
hamburger.
Hamburger
Nut
has
hearts
the
for
flush draw.
hamburger.
So,
And nobody with a straight. We see Caitlin pots it for 125 now, holding second set.
actually,
And straight
I think-
possibilities.
I think potting it is a little bit.
That might be a bit of an overplay. Hamburger does call. He has all of one board and he has none of the other.
Jaywin is in an odd spot, but elects to make
Jalen letting
the.
go of the top set.
I think that's correct. That's a tight fold, but I think it's correct.
You're a better player than me.
Yeah. And then I see after Caitlin bets here, I really want to see Hamburger obviously jam. I think that this is going to be a spot that actually puts Caitlin into a really tough situation because he actually there's an ace and a queen on the board, so it makes a lot of sense for her.
600.
Yeah, I think this is too small.
Caitlin did river clubs on the top.
Does she also have clubs?
She does have third knot clubs, which still doesn't feel great, but
400 more?
she did improve.
Ah, fuck it, you're a good man.
2 call. Shut down.
Probably chopping it up.
Chop it up.
Ah,
I love Caitlin's speeches. She's flicking it in there.
or a set of jacks.
Very nice.
I really like Hamburger's call on the turn with the intention of trapping Jaywin, but Jaywin finds very strong discipline and folds the kings, which is again, technically I think very strong. I also like, as you pointed out, checking your entire range from the small blind. But it's not a mandatory strategy. You can have some bets there, but
That looks like an NF, you know what I mean? Like a.
you should really check a lot.
Yeah, you would really love to be doing a check raise
5-10 quarter, but we can make the.
if you've smashed it. And you're going to bet out of position and be out of position the whole way. Sets up some gross spots.
Mandatory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if I see a bet from the small blind and there's somebody who knows what they're doing, I get kind of worried. Like they got to have it if they're just voluntarily putting in some money out of position.
Although you could also argue that if they are putting in a bunch of money from the small blind, they don't know what they're doing.
Well, there are some players who don't know what they're doing. There are some players who don't know that you must play exactly 2 cards.
It's there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
25, 6 folds.
And if you're really lucky, they fire the dealer's choice at WSOP.
We just had to wait a few hours. You come in here, you son of a gun.
As we see a 75 from Sean.
Crackerjack is both
They were playing a game the
Never mind. His hand is most likely a flat, given the structure.
If you're gonna throw away your clothes, call me first.
the game was like, guess what?
You should be able to bet. Yeah, you don't. You should be able to bet your clothes.
Ragnar, I don't know John Party's current whereabouts, but I know he's been around the last couple weeks. Even got to play with him on stream a couple weeks ago.
Blanket or whatever it is.
That was a lot of fun to play with that crew. And hey, they let me play with famous people. And I don't think they've cut a highlight of it, but I did always 4-bet $2,000 with 7 deuce in front of the entire internet. Yeah, if not for the 7 deuce game, I escaped that game with a small win. Like I had no cards the whole night.
Well, that is true.
But I escape with a small win if I don't do the 7 deuce game.
With my wife.
Crackerjack, our new player, is playing the ace deuce game.
You, buddy.
But APTC against the 9s.
Yeah, pick a number to get your seat.
Got shots for everyone here on this king queen jack flop.
Pick a number. Check.
Couple ways Jaywin can play this. He can elect a down bet here. He can check back and try to get a showdown if he thinks Crackerjack's going to be on the more passive side.
C3. C3.
Okay, we're trying to be random now. That's good.
Uninspiring 7 on the turn. Ebanium on Twitch is cheering for these 9s, which are going to be good if we get the showdown.
3-bet 75.
Crackerjack gonna fire this river, $75.
That's not nice.
J-Wayne can beat a bluff, but what are the bluffs? Like random aces, right?
Yeah, shouldn't be too many bluffs here. I doubt that Cracker Jack's actually going to be value betting a 7 or an 8 here.
None of the drawers got there. J1 does press the call button correctly.
Very good.
Well done, J1.
You know, and this is something that we pointed out earlier. Very often when you have some showdown but not enough to actually get value from, you want to check it to allow your opponent to actually bluff at you when they have a hand like ace-2. Sure, you're letting ace-2 draw and, you know, hit the cut shot or hit an ace against you, but you're also giving it the opportunity to put in money with absolutely no equity on the river.
Yeah, you've got to be willing to lose sometimes. As we say, we see another player joining the table.
How are you? Good.
Told you people would show up.
Looks like we have a new player, Avishai, with the super stylish Supreme Star scarf.
You can leave.
Falling out.
Three-way flop here. Queen 8-7 is going to be a gut shot for the Jack 10 suited. Going to be pair for Avishai, the best hand at the moment. Does get out of there against Sean's $50 bet, which will take it down.
Good bluff. Good bluff.
AAKK or Tweet.
Looks like Optimize is the big winner so far.
Yep. Still plenty of poker to be played tonight.
You just got here, Abhishek? You just get here?
Some 5, 10, 25 on this Thursday night, also known as Friday Eve.
Game's super juicy. Looks really fun. Looks like there's we saw some super spicy action earlier that I really loved. Right, we saw that huge King 10 check raise jam from Chase before he left.
How's this for spicy? Jay opening the 5-3 of spades from the hijack.
Yeah,
And getting it through.
Outside of mean factor. It is, right?
it is, yeah.
Ooh, 5-3. It's probably opening like 50, 60% of hands from that spot if he's opening that hand. So getting it through.
I brought a buddy with me. He got something happened on the road. Well, actually, I know what happened. He pulled over for a Whataburger, and I told him, I'm like, just don't ever go to Whataburger. And then it happened to be one of those like fast food places.
Yeah, the felt is beautiful. It's also super smooth. If you can see, you know, the cards kind of have that nice, graceful air hockey slide across the felt.
Yes, excellent table here.
Yeah, tomorrow's probably gonna be really slow, huh?
Sean playing 50%, Jaywin playing 50% over a small sample.
I mean, Jaywin's played like 2 hands, so
He's about to play 3.
Jack 10 offsuit. Raise it up.
Yeah.
Like you're.
Do you think that 2 weeks that you took
Looks
off
like it gets through again.
Get some more blinds.
possibly have a negative,
Oh, absolutely.
a negative effect? Or
Positive.
positive? Oh, you mean on you?
Yeah,
I'm talking about
I needed it so bad. So weird.
But on the-
I was
on the video
fucking
stuff.
spiraling.
Do you think it matters?
On what?
The videos and stuff?
Reminding myself.
Like the performance? Like the fact that
Oh, I
it's
see what you're
less
saying.
regular?
It probably had a negative effect.
Could you feel that?
Trying to listen in on
Oh, you
the
really
Oh
notice
yeah.
it?
Oh yeah, I thought about
I look at like first.
the solver and vlog YouTuber.
Really, yeah. It's like because how much YouTube promotes you is dependent on how well you do output channel. Like something crazy has to happen where all of a sudden in the 8th hour your trajectory changes. You know what I mean? But otherwise, your first couple of hours, YouTube knows. And then YouTube is going to reward you or punish you based on the performance.
Getting some secrets about the YouTube algorithm. Something production over at TCH knows all about, having blown up the next generation poker team to hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Shout out to those guys.
We all in the Austin scene, we knew who he was. So
Front door hearts come in. Nobody has hearts. Lots of checking.
a bunch of buddies.
Lots and lots of checking.
Probably.
Avishai had the best hand. He still has the best hand with a 9 on the ends.
Nice. I got a king.
Hard to make a pair.
Good blackjack.
There we go. Easy game.
Yeah, great. That's for me. Dealer 21.
Here, Tiny Todd heading his way.
All seems to be the bachelor definition.
I didn't choose. My brother's from Dallas, so it's like close for him.
Yeah.
I think the primary criterion is like direct flights for everyone. So like he's got a bunch of friends on the East Coast. You can actually get here like pretty easily.
I do train cosmetic.
A lot more.
I went to Montreal, which for me was like actually also a direct flight. Like,
That's why he's so fine all the time.
That's my shadow.
Avishai is going to open this up with
pretty far to Texas.
ace-9 offsuit.
Look at him with the sunglasses.
Sean definitely has a hand that can continue here.
Looks so clean all the time.
Definitely want to see him. Oh, it looks like we have a bunch of limps. Yeah, so definitely want to see Sean raising this up, taking the action, representing all the strong hands. But
Caitlin gonna put in the raise there from the straddle spot, making it
He's not looking to
150.
like go to bars and bottle service.
a nice sizing that should hopefully actually chase off a couple limpers,
I mean, I feel like it's like most.
but not Avishai.
Avishai thought about it and just. There we go. He does decide to put it in.
Sorry, go ahead.
My bachelor party we went to.
Seems kind of reluctant, and Sean's like, "Well, I guess I'm priced in."
I believe it was Cancun. But it
He's
could've
in the
been-
window.
Oh my god.
Oh, you got some
You might have
spade.
woke up in one area and then. Oh, you might
Caitlin with spade, and Avishai with top pair.
I'm pretty sure it's Cancun.
Yeah.
We went to like their popular downtown destination.
Yeah.
Is it Senor Frog?
This is a
Yeah,
spot
yeah.
where
From here, that's
I
like a-
really
yeah,
think
like super
Caitlin should be checking quite a bit.
Yeah.
Should not be a spot where she necessarily has.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe she has like pocket sixes, but not always pocket fours. Villain's limping range is going to have a lot of fours, sixes, and aces. So I like going for a check raise here instead of a bet,
Oh, cool.
or even like a check call possibly to bluff future
Now,
state.
Avishai turns the
Yeah.
nut club
I feel
draw
like
with
more
that
stuff
8 on the
like
turn.
There, like you're signing fewer waivers and like just you get out there and like go.
Yep, definitely not going to go anywhere.
Like,
Yeah, Caitlin fires 500, and
like drive off the page.
Avishai
Yeah, seriously, there
definitely
is
not
no
going
potential.
anywhere. He might just play for all of it here.
To be honest, like if you drive off,
I
you're
think
gonna
you should just
You
call.
have-
There's no real reason to raise here.
There's nothing.
Your hand actually is probably the best very often.
A stack to pot's going to be pretty low going to the river.
Like I couldn't control the guys or whatever.
Just call.
Yeah, probably call and just plan to call off river. Unless maybe it's a spade, then maybe you consider. Are you just sitting here, Alvin, thinking, what a fish this guy is in the booth?
No, I mean he's definitely looking at his stack to pot ratio and seeing what he should do. I mean he's never folding a hand, right? Like,
Yeah, you can never fold here.
yeah, I think
You have
just
way
calling
too
is
much
good.
to fold.
Yeah. The
You're
general
never,
rule
ever
is when you have a pair and a flush draw, you should always pay it for the value of its pair.
And
it's
Avishai makes the nuts on the ends.
Uh-oh.
Or I guess technically the second nuts, and Caitlin's going to shove, and she's going to get snapped.
Ugh. Heartbreaking. And this is also one of the reasons why you just want to call the flush draw here, is that it gives your opponent to make mistakes on the river while you get to not make too many mistakes.
I get the-
In theory, I think that you should always give up Caitlin's hand as a bluff, mostly because when you have spades and you barrel twice, your opponent's more likely to have the ace, which is not going to fold on the river.
Yeah.
Just because this I call, I think you're very win.
Yeah, Avishai was never folding once he gets to that flop.
So, well played by Avishai.
Let's get the full double.
Well, you know,
And
I
stack
never
up
know
those
what the
chips. We'll
worst
get
comes
another
from.
hand
Sometimes
out to
like
you.
for the tundra, and sometimes that's exactly what you need. Other times,
Well, the trick is to have a zipper. That way you can take it off.
Looks like Caitlin is starting to rebuy.
Yeah, she's going to top up the floor. Welcome to the game, Avishai. Sits down and doubles almost immediately.
Starting with a limp pot too. Let's go.
Another suited ace for Avishai.
See if he limps again. Yep, starts with a limp.
Players checks, live stream.
Hey, it worked the last time, right?
Absolutely. to deviate now would be madness. Jaywin just completes, especially after we just saw Avishai limp a hand like ace-9 suited. You know, limping along with 9-7 suited becomes a lot more attractive instead of raising and isolating yourself.
Hey,
to a
look at
stronger-
that. Avishai's flopped a nut flush draw again.
Yeah, here we go.
The equity favorite right now on Queen 4-4. He continues for 50, and everyone folds, having very little. And the graphics will sort out.
Is that a Balenciaga shirt? Yeah, I like it. The @ Balenciaga shirt?
Not familiar with it, but that is what that shirt appears to be.
Balenciaga is like a, I think it's Italian designer. And then he had like the Supreme scarf over it, coming with the Super Poker drip. That's one of my favorite things about watching high stakes streams is the fashion show. You know, Bryn Kenny has like his custom Japanese silk jerseys and stuff. It's super fly.
Only the finest frog poisons for Bryn.
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Caitlin has retopped even higher, up to 3K, raises it up in the small blind with suited Queen 8. Takes it out.
Takes it down.
Would you like your name for the stream?
Good shot, 1-1.
Good shot, 1-1. And how much?
Not 1-1. 1-1
Good shot. Okay. And
Nothing different from what I seen earlier.
how many chips do you have?
2,700.
2,700.
Nothing different, just Dragon Pot from what I seen you earlier.
Good shot.
No, I just lost a big one.
Oh, did you?
They're much over there. I've lost them.
So
No,
far,
right now I
Sean,
was being,
Sorry,
I was being super sarcastic about Bryn Kenny with the frog poison remark. Like, I mean, why does it have to be the Long Islander who's involved in this stupid shit?
is he from Long Island?
He's from Long Island, just like I am.
Oh, is that what the accent is? That's a Long
Yes,
Island
I'm
accent?
from Long Island. That's right.
Nice. Can I just compliment Bryn Kenny? I'm saying his fashion is good, okay? Bryn Kenny's stylist is who I'm complimenting.
6, 7, 8, 9.
You can tell that's a number 3 from here, from Whataburger? Dang.
Good eye. I don't really know the Whataburger menu all that well.
Man, people take their fast food religiously. I posted a selfie one time at an In-N-Out, and someone was like, oh, you're at the In-N-Out on the intersection of Hayward and 65. And I was like, what the heck?
That bathroom break is now like a reasonable $2.
Yeah.
Not like
Oh, a flop.
$25.
Right. Yeah.
Ace, King, Queen. Cracker Jack with top pair. Let's get a royal on the board. Or not.
Yep. Stars with a check to set the trap. Avishai doesn't fall for it. Now Cracker Jack just is a very
He has
obvious
3
threat.
aces.
Yeah.
Avishai has nothing. And that's the end of that.
Generally, when your opponent already has his hands ready to, his hand on his cards ready to throw it out, probably should put it a little bit there.
40 ounces of freedom, appreciating the Long Island iced tea, which of course has alcohol in it.
I had it fried, but it was still like, it was incredible though. I'm so glad like I recommend mac and cheese. Delicious.
Shout out spicy ketchup.
Yeah, it was
Infinitely superior to normal ketchup.
It really was.
That's the thing at Whataburger.
A lot of times when they like go like for like super fish, they just like
What does Whataburger have in terms of aiolis? They have an aioli game?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know that many very well, actually. I'm not really a huge beef guy. I do know that
beef
like they're
guy?
open 24 hours, and there was a long line at the drive-through at night. I know that. But yeah, I'm not huge on beef.
I don't know if I can trust you anymore. Are you just a vegetarian or just not beef?
No, I'm just not a beef guy.
Wow.
no, I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, where it's like crusted. It's like yeah, but it's like I don't know.
Never can enjoy a nice wagyu?
just like
No, it's not my thing.
Are you a pork chops kind of guy?
and they cook the
Pork chops are great.
Yeah.
Chicken's great.
It's hard to get right. And you get cheese right.
I always say when I go to a restaurant, I always see pork chops on the menu. They look delicious, but I never order them because I go for the beef.
Like usually before a show, I'll get myself some Raising Cane's. I'm holding up a cup. Alvin can see it. You guys can't see it, but
You know, I'm from Chicago. I'm gonna have to put some disrespect on the name of Raising Cane's.
yeah. What's your kind of chicken up there?
I mean, we eat Harold's fried chicken. I don't even know if y'all have that.
Never heard of
it. No, it's delicious. Comes with a plain piece of white bread in a styrofoam container, covered in hot sauce. How you should eat fried chicken.
Multi-way flop here. We know Avishai will not be flopping a set of 7s. They are all accounted for, but he does have a gut shot. Hamburger well ahead with his pair of 9s.
Hamburger bet's huge on the flop. Takes it down.
That's a ton.
Thank you.
Well, Ragnar's suggestion, if I keep doing well in tournaments, I'll have to become the Montauk Monster. I'm not actually from Montauk. I'm from Stony Brook, which is same county. Like Montauk is all the way on the east end of Long Island. I am impressed that you knew that, or at least bothered to look it up, which is more effort than most chatters would make. But yeah, there's a White House there. It's all the way on the east end of the islands. And it's one of those things we have. Like we got like these historic White Houses on the islands.
That's how I know you're from New York. You don't call it Montauk like they do in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Like, oh, meet me in Montauk. You go Montauk.
Yeah, this is a
I'm from
legit
Long
accent here.
Island. Yeah.
Caitlin raising it up with the Queen 10.
Looks like gonna clear out the field here.
Oh, good shot. Apparently has 8-3.
Oh wow. Okay, no.
What? And
flops it. Let's go.
Assuming this hand got read correctly.
Beer, yeah.
Bucket with a beer in it. I mean, I'm sure they have more.
Let's check on the flop.
Pairs.
Dude, there's 30 million
And
people
now
watching.
Caitlin has clubs, if we're to believe this.
No, last I checked, it was 300 billion.
Check again?
Heck, what? 5 on the ends. Huh.
I mean, I actually don't mind going check with the club hand, but going for the bluff on the river.
Caitlin fires and gets the fold.
Wow.
Whatever
Okay.
that was.
I'm actually really surprised that by the time I got to the river, the 8 does not bluff catch.
You got to call if you actually have a pair of 8s there. You got to call like when you check all the way down. You beat all her random. I have Jack 7 and I want the 5.
Yeah.
Heavily meditated Long Island is an island. If you want to leave Long Island, you must use a bridge or a tunnel or a boat or an aircraft.
They usually don't provide it to players.
It's
but
a very
I
big
told them
island. There's millions of people.
So I did a quick beer run.
And yes, Scarborough, Montauk is all the way out. The South Fork all the way at the east end.
Got Cracker Jack limping. Cracker Jack limping.
Words are hard, as Aaron
Jack, I
said.
know. I imagine Jaywin is gonna raise it up.
4 ways. Everyone wants diamonds.
Oh no, it looks like we just limp
We
through.
get 1 diamond. 664 on the flop. The graphics are wrong. I think the burn card got picked up by the scanner. There we go. So open-ended for
Hamburger has the
Hamburger.
most. Yeah, Hamburger has the most robust equity here, but
We check through, and ooh, that's spicy. 8 on the turn. 8 of diamonds. 7-5 for Hamburger now has the straight, and everyone else has a diamond draw. Jaywin fights.
oh, the only player without the diamonds now gets to squeeze the entire field.
Goes
for
really
200.
small. He just makes it 200.
This actually should clear out Jaywin here. With players left behind, he actually, despite having the best draw, actually has to just go ahead and fold. Make a really good
He's
fold
not
there.
going to lose everybody, but yeah.
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of a bummer because they're all drawing almost dead.
Well, now that Sean is the last remaining player, and he has
to now.
Yeah, now he can call. 'Cause now he's
Deal
probably
wasn't
cleared out. Yeah. You know, Jaywin's really worried about calling and then facing a dominated draw behind. Oh, nice fold.
Everyone folds their diamonds. Wow.
Everybody woke up.
Well played, Hamburger.
Xavier claims that Long Island is a peninsula. Okay, Xavier, please point me on a map to where I can walk from Brooklyn, Queens, Nassau, or Suffolk, walk from any of those places onto another landmass that we consider the continental U.S. or maybe Staten Island or Manhattan. Like, where can I walk, not on a man-made structure? Where can I walk on dry lands and get to one of those places? We're going to play semantics here.
I actually don't know if Long Island is an island or a peninsula, so I'm.
As far as I'm concerned, it's an
I got tired of
island.
my wife teasing me.
I'm from Chicago, so we don't. It's so flat here. We can bear. We skateboard. That's all
I have
we do.
limited experience with Chicago. Like, I flew through there once and had my credit card copied to O'Hare Airport.
Sounds like Chicago.
Yeah, I'm 99% sure it happened at O'Hare. And I've been stuck in traffic on I-90 driving across the
Someone
country.
else too on the stream. Yeah, I forgot.
Good shot, raises it in the hijack. Get a flat from Hamburger with the East 4 suited.
Hey, Callie, do you have anyone on your list? Yeah, alright, never mind.
776 helps nobody.
Yeah, we're all good, Yeah.
See if Good Shot continues with his King Queen. Has a good chance of succeeding.
I'm gonna see a bet like 100 or maybe even like
He went
80 here.
160.
Yeah, something really small. But
Hamburger
not a-
decides to float. And he gets rewarded for his decision. Top pair.
really want to see this go check because Good Shot actually now has the nothing here, but looks like he's gonna turn his hand into a bluff.
Unfortunate timing there.
10 times in our 1 hour session. All I heard was
Good Shot drawing dead. And getting there with a king could cost him here.
Medium hard.
You got to check back now. You got showdown.
Yeah, I think it's very, very thin to try to go against us up like a pair of sixes here, or maybe a pair of eights there. I think this is going to be a little bit too thin. I expect this to be a check, but looks like he's thinking about it. Maybe he's going to bet like 200? I just checked. Okay.
Turns it over. Hamburger. Gonna take that pot.
Yep, we'll play Hamburger.
Ragnar mentioning Second City comedy up in Chicago. I know like a lot of people in comedy who became people came through Second City.
I actually live 2 blocks from Second City, so that's like, that's across the street. It's above the Starbucks I go to every morning.
Nice.
Yeah, it's funny. You can see like Tina Fey's, like Tina Fey and Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd, all of their faces in the window.
Like Saturday Night Live recruits heavily out of there, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So, I actually, before poker, I actually used to do spoken word as a living. So I actually thought about signing up for the Second City Conservatory program.
I get people to laugh at me, but not for the right reasons.
I think when you're in comedy, all the reasons are the right reasons, right? See a flop, ace-6-5. Looks like we have a gut shot from Hamburger. Should be good enough for him to take down this pot.
Queen high goes no further there.
So,
Okay, yeah, Xavier clarifying that
Yeah.
there was a Supreme Court ruling back in 1985 that Long Island is not an island. So yeah, in the eyes of the law, Long Island is not an island. It's part of New York. I'm not sure. I remember reading that once a long time ago and then forgetting it. I don't know what the context of that case was, but yeah, apparently the law says one thing and the water says another. I would ask that Supreme Court the same thing. Like show me the dry land that you can walk onto mainland New York from the islands.
Optimize, raising it up to 75 with Jack 8 suited.
And he wins.
Am I excited for college football coming back?
Nick
College,
from Yuma,
college football, the messiest of sports.
yeah, starting this weekend, I think.
Yes.
More of an NFL guy.
Do you interact with like the other big poker vloggers? Do you interact
NBA. NBA.
I don't know any of them like.
Nick from Yuma, darn right. Let's go Mets.
I chatted with Brad a couple times.
And they got to keep being hot. I mean, they got Atlanta hot on their tails. Atlanta's reminding everybody that they won the World Series last year. So definitely a competitive division, and
Let's probably the closest.
I like that we've been able to hold our own with LA and actually win that series with LA, because we probably have to do that again in October if we want to get to the promised lands. Hamburger getting to the promised lands with a pair of aces here, just flatting, hoping somebody raises behind.
You know, this hasn't been a very 3-betty game, so I don't know if we're going to be getting a lot more action behind. So just flatting
And we
aces.
don't.
Let's see how the fireworks go.
King 10-5. Sean has a 6 that we know about, and we know he's betting. Does Hamburger continue the trap, or does he go for the raise? He just calls. There's a 6. I hope for Hamburger's sake it's not another 6.
Sean checks,
Sean's
so
checking. I don't think
probably
it's
not pocket sixes here.
check.
Wow, Hamburger checks the turn.
10 pairs on the end. Aces and 10s for Hamburger.
Oh, he's
Wait,
ace.
what? We had a misread.
He's ace.
He's high. Ace 6 apparently is the winner. So okay, so the ace of diamonds was actually in Sean's hand that got scanned by Hamburger. And then I believe Hamburger had ace jack. The graphics now saying ace jack.
Ah, okay.
And he had nut clubs that bricked out. He also had the gutter. Like if I'm Hamburger there, like if that's my hands, I keep firing. I think. Yeah, so that's still a thing that can happen. The cards can get a little crossed up on the scanners. That's what happened there.
We're like, wow, flatting aces. All
Yeah.
of the chicken.
Which, after the week and a half I spent in Tulsa, does not surprise me, because everybody up there flats their aces. Like, if they limp jam you, it's almost always aces.
Oh, yeah. When
Like, I saw that like 10 times. Like, I saw that one time the whole WSOP. But in Tulsa, they just do it all the time.
So,
I very nearly bubbled the tournament that way. I had kings on the bubble, which was unfortunate for me until I spiked a king.
shuffle never gets a 2-5.
So it looks like Sean limp calls king queen suited under the gun.
Really?
Hamburger raised it up with 6-4. Good shot defends.
Everyone whiffs here. And that 10 is going to pair. Good shot. Gutter for Sean.
What's max?
Good shot goes tiny. $15 gets called by Sean. Don't know what the hell Hamburger's doing with 6-4, but here we are. Jack of hearts is going to give Sean the straight.
Yeah, 6-4 there might be a little bit on the loose side. I don't know.
They
if
have
he's
to,
hoping for a bluff
like,
at
they
it.
have to literally both not have a pair for you to not be drawing dead. And Sean jams $2,000.
Real pro move there.
But now, in all fairness, though, he's targeting a queen. Because, like, a queen's going to call him. And maybe a 7's going to call him. A queen's going to call him. And he has king queen. You really want to get called by a queen.
I think the problem is I wonder if Sean ever has a range that does not include king queen.
Yeah.
Right, so it might be actually quite hard for him to get called from some of the players who are a little more hand ready. And I think a 7 actually probably is able to find a fold there. But you know what? We get these guys calling with 6-4, multi-way. So
Now, why is he peeling turn with 6-4? Assuming his hand was red right, which we know is not a lock.
yeah.
I actually had a pretty bizarre spot last week in Tulsa where it was blind versus blind, small blind limps. I check, and I've got like 7-3. Flop is 7-6 deuce. And the guy open jams like 30 times the size of the pot. I folded.
Yeah.
I folded top pair.
Does the software help with like tracking hands and stuff? Or, like, when you go back?
King 10-10.
Recaps or
Nobody has anything that we know about. Like a lot of mystery hands. Hamburger continued for almost pot and he won. We have no idea what people have.
When did you start vlogging?
April.
Okay. You like it?
Yeah. I've been wanting to do it for like
I think I can gamble again here.
a couple years.
How much of it is like gear, like getting like lighting and background? Not too much.
That's like the least relevant thing.
Yeah.
Next time you'll hear me in the booth should be a week from Monday. So I'll be with you guys, and up on my phone, I'll probably have the Denver-Seattle game. That first Monday night game. I'll probably be wearing my
You like
Russell Wilson Broncos jersey.
It's like tables.
Got my hands on one of those.
If I lose a lot of money, it's kind of like getting
And then we can talk football. We can watch some poker. How's that sound, Kat? Sound good?
This is going to be a must-move table. If you're still interested, give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
See,
Obviously. but-
Caitlin won a small one.
15 minutes?
Here?
Sam?
North, south.
North. So,
Not really. That's why I'm asking. Because like this.
Trying to eavesdrop on this table chat.
Brenda?
yeah.
This is like 30
I'm more
minutes.
north.
Like northwest.
Yeah.
The true fun of a stream, right? Let's hear some.
Take 35 up to 2 west.
Neil?
Okay.
You got a fun chatty table, sure.
Yeah, sure.
It's so weird. Yeah. Like.
Let's get production to have them play Never Have I Ever.
There we go.
Yeah. My brother.
Went to showdown, no one over 12%. These guys just bluffing each other's faces off.
And the thing is, people actually fold pre, which is how we're up to 82 hands already. And we're not even 3 hours in.
Admin trade office.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
there's
pretty
a lot
fast.
of hands that are just folding pre.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Yeah.
Ragnar, we haven't talked F1 in a while. Ferrari, laughing emoji. Yeah, Ferrari, laughing emoji. That pretty much sums it up.
Is it?
Very rarely.
Like, that's the state of F1 these days.
Oh yeah. Well,
Like,
congratulations.
Ferrari always does the dumb thing when it comes to strategy. It's like negative IQ. Like, you do the dumb thing.
First started playing poker. So, soft spot for Virginia, DC area.
Yeah.
Sorting out these flops here.
I don't like what you did there, dude.
Let's see. We've got a Jack, Jack 5. And we've got a.
Is that Jack? Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, the top is Jack, Jack 5. And then the bottom is 9-3 something.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's corrected though.
The graphics are getting corrected now.
King of hearts, 3 of clubs.
Okay,
King
here
of
we go.
hearts. Yeah, King 9-3, 2 hearts there. Jack, Jack 5, 2 diamonds on the top.
Okay, well, the hand
And
is
we see
steadily
top 2
improving
for
to
Sean. And we see quads for J-Win. Quad jacks for J-Win. Checks all the way to Cracker Jack, who bets 75, holding at least a diamond draw and a 9. We don't know what else. Sean calls with his top 2.
This should just be a call here because you
Call,
really-
just call. Yeah.
Yeah, you really want the other 2 players to improve, and then
There are
Then-
0 runouts you're afraid of with quads. Like, you have a hammerlock on half, instead he pots it. Caitlin calling, she has at least 8-4 for nothing. She has an ace of hearts for nut hearts, probably. Caitlin did not call, never mind. Missed quick. Cracker Jack calls with his 9-8-7, which has diamonds and at least a 9. Back to Schwan with his top 2 on the bottom. Think about 2 pairs, you are blocking a lot of the sets.
yeah, this is a super easy fold.
Yeah, this is a one-way hand. I was just about to say. You took the words out of my mouth. This is a one-way hand.
I mean, I guess if you can get your opponents to consider calling with King 9, then potting it with, Jacks is fantastic. But
Yeah. If you have all of one board and you have none of the other, we make our money when it's multi-way, or when we fold them off of a chop. And like the pair of jacks might actually be best on the bottom right now.
the diamonds come through.
Ace of diamonds. Let's hope he's got a flush, right? 6 on the bottom. And Cracker Jack has an open ender.
He has an open ender and the flush on the other board.
Diamonds that are dead, open ender on the bottom, and he's got a 9 at least.
What are Jaywen's side cards here?
I think it was 7 deuce. Nothing relevant. Queen and a queen. So
that's a horrible run out. Oh, okay.
And I believe the money's piled in.
Yep.
We're gonna see what Cracker Jack had on the bottom. I think this is getting chopped. I assume Cracker Jack had a 2 pair of some kind. I think that's a 6 I see. I think he did have 9s and 6s.
If you believe in that sort of
9s actually. So Cracker Jack had a set on the bottom.
Diamonds on the river just to give you a little sweat.
Yeah,
Definitely a pretty scary spot for Cracker Jack to continue. Right?
Yeah.
With 4th or 5th nuts on both boards. Or actually much worse on the top board.
He's got millionth nuts on the top because of the paired board.
Yeah.
Like we don't love a 9 high flush there. Like we're just
Yeah,
hoping that Jay wins on the other side.
Yeah, definitely would have liked to see an overcall there because when you're just going heads up on one board there, you're not actually making money because it's gonna just chop. So as the money goes in, your profit doesn't increase. But when you go 3 ways, you get the ability to chop the other player. So.
And it's also why if I'm Jay when I'm not raising flop, just because I have all of one board. I want to keep it multi-way.
Yep, I agree. This is something I used to do when I played PLO bomb pots. I have quads, I want the money to go in, but not realizing that almost all of the money in PLO bomb pots comes from multi-way misplay.
Yeah. That's the one edge I think I had coming into these when these started to become a thing. Like I play a fair amount of mixed games where you get lots of split pots.
Sure.
Like whether it's a high-low or whether it's like a Daisy sort of situation. Like you have to think about which half or halves are you drawing at, as we have Jack 4 deuce. Hamburger does have a club draw, and Jay win with top pair.
Hey, you want some poker here? You flop quad.
Definitely getting limpier as the night goes on. I think people are starting to take their foot off the gas.
Pretty checky there.
Yep.
The 6s now have gut shots for Avishai and Jay Win.
That's it? No, I think Holdem.
Yeah, I expect to see 2 bets from Jay Win here. Last I think it's Jack's left hand in a limp pot now.
It's happened multiple times.
Avishai's calling with his gutter and top pair, or a gutter and ace high.
Hamburger's got his clubs. He's got an over of his own, which does not come in. The 10 of spades will give Jay Win the winner.
No, I would have really liked to see Hamburger check raise here. We saw him check raise the field earlier with a kind of a nutted hand. I think check raising in this spot actually would make Jay Win actually consider folding his hand.
Yeah, like that. He's got no kicker. Instead, Jay Win gets the bet 150.
Yep. I like this value bet.
What do we think he's targeting here?
A 3x. Sometimes ace 10 now gets there on the river. But, in a limp pot after it goes check, he just has to think his hand is best here. So he can just basically bet any sizing. He can actually pot it on the river and try to look like he's bluffing sometimes.
Jay went gonna stack some chips here.
I think so. Yeah, they just debuted it in Dallas this week.
In where?
They have
Yeah, I like potting the river a lot. Maybe not after 2 players call, but
Is it just 2? I thought there was one like spring or something.
5.
I know that was your first question.
I remember watching a little bit of the TCH Dallas stream in like, it was like January, and it was like the craziest.
Yeah, the action of it
was nuts.
I was definitely playing in TCH January on the stream a couple times. Those games are wild.
I've played on a Dallas stream once last summer, and that was a great game.
Yeah, great game.
That was also one of my biggest cash sessions of the year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And then I dumped it all in tournaments at Choctaw, which is where I was going.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. What about Austin Proper?
Optimize raises up over Avishay's Limp here.
It's once you include
Call.
Round Rock, Georgetown,
You know, despite Avishay limping relatively strong hands here, I still think that in-position players should be coming after him quite aggressively. Mostly for this reason, you know, even if your opponent's limping hands like, you know, King, Queen, Queen, Jack, stuff like that, they're often just going to check here. You get to bet like 75 or 100 and just take the pile up. Like good bet size. Avishay looks so pained because he's getting, you know, the correct odds to draw against this exact hand, but, you know, very often against other hands he gets dominated. Good fold.
And that's probably not going to be the last bet that you face either.
Exactly, yeah. King Queen there is pretty close if you actually can have King Queen in your limp calling range.
Yeah. Ragnar, I actually did not book the win on my Tulsa trip. I went into Saturday up like $44. My second place was in the smallest buy-in of the week, which figures that I run the best. Like I win all the flips when the stakes are the lowest. That's just how I roll. So minus 1,700 in the main, and then minus 400 in the stupid turbo that I busted like 8 from the money. So yeah, it was an L, unfortunately, but we're literally one hand away from booking a win and winning a ring. I had Ace Queen, he had King Queen. Queen 3-3, King on the turn, and I don't win the ring. I will get back to that because Jaywin is going to put in a 3-bet with Ace King.
Again, I like the sizing, right? Going a little bit more than 400, and especially, you know, with Hamburger, who seems to be willing to make a lot of calls.
I don't see him folding Ace Jack.
Is he thinking about it?
No. Nope, he's tossing in those chips and going to a flop. Queen 7-5 will give him the back doors.
Yep. I expect Jaywin to bet somewhere between 250 and 300, like 275. Yep, there we go.
Quick call.
Jaywin is a hand that has a lot of influence over the board because his ace and his king block a lot of hands.
Jaywin.
Yeah. Jaywin, you know, this is a hand where I think that you should theoretically triple barrel here because you just block ace king and king queen so well. You also didn't get raised on the flop. When the turn brings another Broadway card, it's a super mandatory bet here. I expect something between half and 2/3 of the pot. Pot is also good too. He bets a little more than half pot from this super step. And I think Jaywin should empty the clip here because he's actually the only player who should be pretty nutted here. He can have queens, he can have jacks. Oh no!
It's another jack, and any money that Jaywin puts in here is just going to be donated Hamburger's way.
Look at Hamburger's face.
He checks. I think Jaywin just checked.
1,500, 2,000. Yeah, you can spread around a bit.
Hamburger apparently lost track of the pot size, asking Jesse to spread it.
Yeah, I mean, Hamburger should jam here.
Instead, he goes for what's basically screaming value.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is that there's busted diamonds here, so there's a possibility if he jams here, Hamburger I'm sorry, Jaywin actually defends this hand, right? So like, I think Hamburger is missed out a big opportunity to go for big value here.
Yeah. Slight bummer that you are blocking the nut diamonds if you're Hamburger. If we think about Jaywin's 3-betting range, how many diamond draws does he have when he can't have the ace? Not a ton, but I still agree that I probably want to go big and look bluffy.
Yeah, anytime that you essentially run a hand, you should almost be using an all-in sizing here.
Are we trying to say that we have 8-6 suited that calls a 3-bet? I'm trying to come up with bluffs here for Hamburger.
Oh, for bluffs, you should have a.
Yeah.
I mean, you should have a.
But like, I mean, like, do you get to the flop with 8-6 suited though? Right.
I mean, Hamburger does.
Yeah, Hamburger's calling a lot.
I mean, he can have like 9-6 and
This
stuff
feels
like
like
that.
a card funeral, and it is a card funeral. And he's going to get shown that he made the correct decision. Make him wait 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree. I think definitely need to consider jamming there and giving your opponent the illusion that you might be, showing up with something lighter there. I mean, like, I don't know if Hamburger shows up with a bunch of there, but when you're playing against better players, they can absolutely show you, like, ace 10, king 10 there, that jams as well.
Yeah, and what better hands, like what hands that are beating you does Jaywin play that way? Like let's say Jaywin flops a set of kings, not a set of kings, a set of queens. Like there's no planet where he puts his foot off.
That's why I don't block it.
Actually, the standard way that pocket queens is played would probably be bet the flop, check the turn, check the river. So I think pocket queens is actually the hand that is most likely to call from Jaywin's juice there, because when you have the boat there, you need to not really defend anything. Also, when you have top set, there's very little value you can actually get from your opponent by going triple barrel. So the majority of the time when you go get the value there, you bet the flop and then check call, turn, check call, the jam in the river.
That had to be a mystery. There's no way he folded tens.
And that's further.
It's further, yeah. It's like 45 minutes north. Yeah.
If you're to believe the graphics,
Closer to like Baltimore.
I'm not sure I'm buying that.
Maryland, yeah. MGM is like 14 minutes.
Wait, that you should play pocket. You should play top set as check call or bet flop, check call.
No, I was changing gears slightly. The graphics just let us believe somebody folded pocket tens.
Oh, okay. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, so
probably a couple glitches there.
The woman who checked us in said she was like floor. Yeah, she was like floor manager at in the poker room at MGM. Like actually like a year ago, or 2 years ago.
Checked you in here?
She has short hair, like.
Caitlin raising it up and taking it down.
You're talking about the front this lady before Kai or Gina said.
That sounds right. Yeah. So she said she was at MGM like 2 years ago, or maybe even a year ago.
That's the one who's dating Jerome?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Kind of curious what the solve says about about that hand. Something that's amazing is that with modern technology you can immediately look up a hand and be like, oh wow, this was good or bad.
Yeah, you've got to like get it right. And by the time you
At MGM?
yeah,
Oh, really?
yeah. I mean it's like they've got like 25, 1-2 going, but like if you want to play higher stakes, it's like by the time you show up there, it's like
Stack of spades, I suppose.
I would honestly just rather play like blackjack or like craps and just get it over with. I was just gonna lose it all.
Hamburger with a little limpy poo. Avishai gonna say no. We're gonna play for more. Hamburger's gonna say okay. And Avishai is gonna get himself top pair. This probably goes bet fold. Avishai goes really big here, 225. And you know what? If you think Hamburger is just calling regardless of sizing, if he has something, sure. There, Hamburger had basically nothing. So he folds.
Can you chop it? Give me 2 bets.
Just looked into the Eye of Sauron, aka the Solver. Solver
Okay.
likes betting the flop and the turn, and then considering check call on the river. It actually seems to be pretty indifferent on whether you check call. So if you think that Hamburger is bluffing a lot there, you should just always snap. And if you think he's never bluffing there or not bluffing enough, you should just always fold.
All right.
So once again, the Solver tells us nothing. Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it could go either way.
Yeah. At least it tells you that it's a close decision there.
I feel like that's probably just the same software that they use for the weather down here, like 50% chance of thunderstorms every day.
Sure.
Also, I think writes a lot of the speeches for various politicians.
Looks like Hamburger limps 8-7 and then gets isolated by Optimize's ace queen.
Oh, we got 2 gut shots for 8-7. Ace queen with 2 overs.
I really want to see a raise here. I mean, Hamburger can have pocket 5s. Maybe he can have pocket 9s.
Calls the 150, and the king will not help his cause. In fact, it'll hurt his cause because the 10 no longer good for Hamburger.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Optimize slows down in the card that is actually so good for him here. I actually expect to see some bets or an overbets on this king turn. Maybe he thinks that he has enough showdown value against a hand like, I don't know, like Queen 8 or 6-7, and then actually it might just show down here.
He does fire the river with no pair and gets the folds from the worst hands.
I think the problem is by the time you get to the river, when you go bet check bet with ace high, I mean the actual the better hands are actually going to call you, and now you're getting the bluffs to fold there. So when you have a hand as strong as ace queen in your range, I actually really prefer check calling the river. And in fact, from a theoretical perspective, if you bet the flop small, turn goes check check, you should actually be checking almost all your ace high hands on the river, including pocket aces and like top pair, top kicker, and putting those into your check raising range. So I think that hand is a little bit strong to be betting there, but you know, if you think that you can get your opponent to maybe fold like bottom pair there, then it probably can't be bad. But Hamburger is one of the stickier players, so I don't know if that actually works. I think when you bet ace queen there, you're just bluffing with the best hand. This time now we get a raise by Sean and
a raise by Hamburger takes it down. Pocket 8.
I'm not gonna lie, I had king 6 offsuit. I just want to see
A good observation, Ragnar. Everybody's turned their hats around.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like offsuit.
That's because we're getting the power hour.
Shit is jammed.
See if this game gets spicier in this last hour.
yeah, definitely turning it up once the Trulies came to the table. So hopefully the keeps the neck from getting sunburned indoors. Those lights are indeed bright.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I've actually seen brighter. Like I sat at that final table in Tulsa. Like they weren't even streaming it; they just had like an overhead camera for other people in the room to see. But like, there was all kinds of lights there. It's like I could end up getting a tan at that table. Then again, I could probably get a tan just sitting in here because, well, I burn.
You know, most of the reason why people have their hats turned backwards, this includes myself, is mostly so they can show their beautiful faces to the camera. When you have your hat bill over your eyes, you can't see anything.
It's wonderful 6-3 deuce flop, just what everybody was looking for.
I have a big family pot, but everyone has a hand that's good enough to raise, so I don't know what's going on here.
There's a 9 on the turn. Why is a 9? Nobody has a 9. That's a really good Katugi on that board.
Crackerjack. With, you know, in theory, one of the better hands to bluff with here, right? You want to be bluffing queen or jack high so you can get king or ace high to fold. So I like it.
And that's exactly what might happen. Down to Jay Wynn, thinking about it, he folds. It was a 5-way pot, and what do we say about multi-way pots, right? Someone's got it.
Yep. It's funny because when you watch computers or really, really strong pros play multi-way pots. It's just everyone checking 3 streets. It's just so many checks. Because the natural equilibrium of multi-way pots is to play mutual passivity.
Possibly these days.
Well, just like I don't really want to be like, massively hungover the day of my
And then
Also,
somebody-
solvers are able to show up on rivers
You,
with
might not even go out.
top pair. When you play live multi-way, no one ever shows up with top pair after it goes check 2 pick
I actually need that to function. Like I might sleep on the wrong
Spoiler.
pillow. Like,
Caitlin has ace king suited on the straddle. And it's optimized is going to torch some money here.
6 raise under.
$100 from optimize. Over to Caitlin.
I want to see a 400 here, at least. Maybe 425. Yep, there we go.
Got you something, huh? Got you a little something, a little something, something.
400. And gets it through. King Queen not electing to defend in position.
I know, she's been quiet.
I mean, this is something that people need to realize, right? Like, we just saw Optimize raise a hand as strong as King Queen offsuit than fold. If you're getting your opponents to fold hands like King Queen offsuit, there's so much value in 3-betting a hand like King
Exactly.
Queen offsuit.
This is the green way to just attack them. Like I had a guy last week show me that he folded queens pre-flop. Like how many flops do you think I let him see for cheap after that?
Yeah.
None of them.
She was a stripper.
Unfortunately, I've been running really bad in Chicago where every time I jam aces, people are able to fold kings face up against me and they're correct. And I'm like, what is going on?
Sounds like Tulsa poker.
They just know. They just know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not good enough to fold kings pre-flop.
Neither am I. Looks like Avishai limps and then
Has to be you every time.
Optimize
Just a matter of time.
raises it up with the suited clubs and flops the flush draw. I imagine. Was the offsuit there? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is offsuit, but he does have the best hands with the ace 10.
We'll check $90, $80. No, $90. Yep. Optimize staying to the 1/3 GTO sizings.
I know. I have so much PTSD from Avishai. He's the guy that I just can't.
Grip the knife.
He's the
He runs well against you.
like,
We all
I know
have
you're
that.
probably not a. Do you?
Yeah.
I was gonna say you're probably not a very like. What do you call it? Like the word's not coming to me. Boogie woogie.
Again, so this last hour, I'll remind you
like
of the promos one more time
superstitious. That's the word.
as we go along here.
How can I not pull that word?
Half off
Probably
your
not a very superstitious
club access fee
person,
from 4 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Do you have
all this
someone,
month, TCH Austin.
that random person? Like if they're at the table.
For friends.
yeah.
$50 credit for you a month
There's
membership
two
for
of
them.
They're both at this table.
Referring a member here, TCH Austin.
Jesse.
In LA, we got Saya most feared, but in Texas, we got Caitlyn most feared.
He's harmless as a dealer. It's only if he's
It makes
playing
sense.
at the
That
table.
sweatshirt. It's like it's incredible. I thought it was a Cowboys thing.
Strange profile picture Sean raises up to 75 and gets a defense from Avishai. Getting real spicy with the
Avishai.
8-5. Oh, and he gets there. Let's go.
I've probably played 200 hands with Jesse and I've never won one of them. Ever. I've never won a hand against Jesse.
Avishai just leads out here.
Dude,
It's
that's
not
why-
quite a
that's why you
board
gotta
that's
start shoving blind. You'll
good to
eventually-
lead into.
It's to the point
And
now
Sean
where
just super
I
snap
play
folds.
poorly.
Top pair with 2
I wanna
spades
do
there.
the exact opposite of
When
what
he had
I'm
one
doing.
spade, he had 2 overs.
Avishai, where you get your.
Oh, he did have only 1 spade there. I'm having
like,
difficulty
I got
reading.
it.
Yeah, we need a 4-color,
I love it. It's like-
I wish the graphics had 4
I thought it was a
colors.
Cowboys
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
There's a lot of people who would riot
But it's
if
actually black,
we
I
went
think.
for 4
Black and
colors.
white.
But
Really?
I'm
Do people not like 4 colors?
Oh,
Oh,
4
man.
colors.
He'll sell it to me without.
I wish they use 4-color decks at a
No, I bet it's
casino.
worth
It would
more
just
than
make
that.
life so much easier.
I
That is
totally
probably 3
agree.
or 4.
But then you got the miserable nits who are like, well, what if a card like kind of sort of flashes, and then I could maybe know the suit?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
there's
That's really the
people who are
problem.
always finding things to complain about.
Hamburger raises it up to 75 with pocket fives. Like that he's coming in with a raise instead of a limp. One of the fundamental tenets of pre-flop play is coming in with the aggression. Ooh, and Caitlyn most feared. not giving Hamburger any respect, coming after him with Queen 4 suited, or is that offsuit? I can't even tell.
I think that was suited. Whatever it is, she
Oh.
does have a pair.
Flops
It's
it.
offsuit.
Yep. I expect her to
Pretty late
follow
raise.
through. A little bet here. Oh, love it.
You gotta
Like,
follow
love
through.
the bet sizing. Yep. Beautiful, beautiful.
He's not gonna call this time. But Hamburger's a player where he might be a little bit scared to attack like that just because he is calling so much tonight.
How's the love
He
life
could end
going?
up in some pretty gross spots.
I have been dating a guy for the last couple of months, actually. For once in my life, the answer is yes.
As soon as we get quiet, we hear
Absolutely.
Caitlin's love life tea spill on.
This
Spill
was
across
an
the table.
intentional decision on my part.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Other promo we've got going this month.
So I
I didn't know
just
that. All right.
found me a simp to take to dinner.
I don't know if you've heard of hamburger, but I am one as well.
300 if you flop it, 200 if you turn it, 100 if you river that straight flush. Skip wheels and
No,
Royals
you know what the
double.
funniest thing was I saw a TikTok,
TexasCardhouse.com for complete
and they were
rules.
Woo!
ladies,
Hamburger still having none of it.
those are just for
Raises it to
tax
6-2.
whatever, you
Definitely
never
going to make this
know.
hour the most interesting one.
It's just
The Truly starting to kick in. Avicii
get into your
calls with
Instagram
sixes in the
DMs,
small blind.
Twitter DMs, like, those are
We
the
got
guys you
sixes
can
for
date.
Avicii, we got
Uh-oh.
aces for Optimize.
I tried it, and I went on a couple of DMs.
Apparently not, because he didn't fold ace king.
There you
Nope.
go.
Nope.
That's awesome.
You weren't even kidding.
That's a misread. Confirmed by
You say
production.
stuff, and I think you're
That's a
joking.
misread.
You're serious. You actually dating someone from your DMs?
Why are the misreads always fun hands and not like crappy hands?
Ooh, Hamburger
Or
goes
do we just not
large.
notice?
Tried to date
Goes very large with the low bottom pair, no kicker here. I actually really like the size of the hand. I think you should either go very small or very large with this hand. Both make sense, but the middling bet makes no
He's a
sense.
big-time playboy. It's good that you stayed away.
I tried to get
Oh, is this 3 ways now? Oh, Cracker Jack is on.
This is 3 ways.
Okay, so now I don't like the bet as much, but
Yeah, living on the edge here. Like if I'm Hamburger, I'm even wondering why I was in this pot.
That's awesome. Congrats. How long's that been going on?
Oh, just a couple of months. It's not
Hamburger's going to elect to turn his hand into a bluff, which is probably, if you're going to play this hand, best way to play it.
Could be worse.
Full part.
A little bit small to run this hand into a bluff. The problem really is when a 10 comes from the turn, a lot of gut shots get there,
self-described.
right? So like Queen 10, King 10, 9 10, 10 7, etc. So I think it's a much less likely your opponent is going to give up here.
And Jack 10 also makes 2 pair.
He told me he was in prison. He's like, oh, God.
10 8 suited makes 2
Like,
pair.
I'll tell you why, and I hope it's
And this
like,
is
really early on in
getting
our
real
relationship. I was,
dicey
like,
for
so
Hamburger.
scared
I
to
think
be
he's just going to give up here.
had that conversation.
You know, I actually think that this is a fun spot to jam because you only have Ace King, and you know, Villain can have a 9x, but you know they have to obviously worry about you having Ace King there very specifically.
That's a story. That is
Cracker Jack
great dinner.
wins with his river bet. We don't know what he had.
Don't tell myself.
I assume it beat a pair of deuces.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'd be surprised given the bet size if he showed up with anything less than a straight there.
Well, you probably won't go back this far in watching my
Look at these earnings. Optimize and Avicii are biggest winners right now.
You guys can play both cards on the scanning.
Wait, he's not in right now.
Number seconds.
Or can he watch from there?
That's how we get them scanned.
Oh, has internet devices. What do you mean?
Optimize Sean
He's in jail.
and Caitlin leading up the aggression leaderboard.
I thought that's what you were saying.
Good shot, Avicii and Cracker Jack. Never raised. Only call.
You literally think I'm bragging
I'm
about
not gonna
being
judge.
an inmate?
I'm not gonna judge. I mean, whatever.
Caitlin confirming that
To each his own. I
her
mean,
current love interest is not in prison.
you know?
No, I'm not dating.
Always good to know. I mean, not going to be too judgy here, but I mean,
You're dating an inmate.
I feel like not incarcerated is a pretty good
Inmate.
standard.
He's a
Yep,
current inmate.
yep, you heard me correctly.
Dating an inmate who slid into her DMs
There's nothing
seems
wrong
to be
with
the general consensus
They're
here.
paying their
So,
debt to society.
Too bad, 50.
Caitlin gonna go for the down bet here. Optimize is likely to defend with the 6 of diamonds.
Judge, dude.
Oh,
Thank you.
Yeah, you probably should fold. Those calls are not cheap.
I imagine this is gonna check. And then Caitlin should probably take a bluff at the river here because her kicker is too low. She has like King Jack here, she could check here.
She does give up and going to see these sixes.
sixes.
do the job for Optimize.
Slow roll me?
No, I tried. Couldn't find one.
I couldn't find a pair.
Couldn't find one.
Right, definitely can represent having like ace 10, ace jack, or something like that on the river with a small bet, check, check, bet on the river line.
It's way better.
Is that a $50 straddle I see?
I don't know if they.
Hey, I told you, power hour.
The chairs too, 'cause the table
It's a thing.
Yeah, that's the old table behind you.
Jalen putting on the 50.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty worn out in the middle.
The straddle rules here at TCH, you can straddle under the gun. It has to be at least twice the big blinds.
Love that.
If you do that, the player to your left is allowed to re-straddle. Has to be at least twice your bet. Could be up to your entire stack. And you're allowed to re-straddle all the way to the button.
I love that you keep on referring yourself to third person.
And
I'm sorry.
Jalen gonna just take it.
I'm sorry.
No, I am though. Like it's disgusting. You figured out this trick.
It's a free.
See, this is why when you have
Oh man.
3 to 4 blind structure, you need to play a limping range because, you know, especially with a 4 blind structure, the small blind, or sorry, the straddle into the re-straddle should be playing like a huge percentage of hand.
Yeah, the third blinds, yeah, should be playing a lot. Like if it's suited, you could consider just limping and going from there.
Yeah, exactly.
So no rubbing, just straight on the scanner.
You know, it's really funny because, you know, you say, oh, no limping, no limping. But when you get to the very, very highest stakes of poker, there's actually a lot more limping and docking than you think. But it's actually done in a very, like, technical and well-thought manner.
Hamburger with the ace jack, raising it up to 75. Jalen defending his $25 straddle.
This flatting with king 8 is fine. This is a hand that actually should be a mix between a 3-bet and a call. Your king 7 offsuit and king 8 offsuits are probably 3-bets pre-flop. Maybe he thinks that Hamburger's too sticky, but Hamburger might also check fold a lot. Yeah, I probably prefer a 3-bet here.
And Hamburger is back going to get the job done with the top pair.
Yeah, it's funny because like even at 50-100 or 100-200, you see players like Stefan 2212 limping the button or like 3-betting out of position to like very tiny amounts. He just kind of clicks buttons, but he has like a super solid like technical foundation underneath his play to allow him to get away with that.
I wonder why he doesn't want to rub.
It's like people.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, it's like when people look at Jackson Pollock's work, they're like, "Oh, it's just a bunch of paint thrown at the wall." But people don't realize Jason Pollock can also paint like a photograph, right? It's like there's a lot of underlying skill underneath the chaos.
Cracker Jack has 10s. He's limping. Optimize is pipped. He's raising.
Yep.
9s for Optimize makes it 100.
Now,
Hamburger suited ace wheel.
I never fold.
I'm surprised Jaywin folds.
Yeah. I'm probably coming along with the 8-6 for that price. And that plays okay multi-way.
Yeah.
Cracker Jack just calling. He's not. You ever limp re-raise the 10s?
This many ways you probably actually now just complete.
8-6.
I mean, I don't ever limp this hand, so I can't.
Yeah,
really
I don't
tell
limp
you.
it either. That's the thing.
Yeah.
8-6-5 is going to give Optimize a gut shot to give him some more outs against those 10s. Hamburger and Caitlin have nothing, and they're both going to fold. Optimize bets 200 when check 2. Cracker Jack comes along with a better hand. And there's the 9 on the turn. The 9 of hearts is going to give Cracker Jack the heart draw and the gut shot. It is going to give Optimize top set. But he's not going to feel great about that board being forward with straight. He's probably safe.
You really want to see a very small bet for value here. You definitely can
did.
still get value. So
He goes 300. Cracker Jack gonna call. He's got a lot of outs, but the 3 of diamonds is not one of them.
now should go check a lot.
Check, check. Set of 9's gonna win.
Yep, well played for Optimize. I like him going for the super thin bet on the turn.
Yeah. I feel like we can bet full bet if we somehow get raised.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. because then we're probably playing for stacks on the river. Yeah.
Depending how
Chaz
deep,
mostly-
depending how deep you are, sometimes that actually is a bet call because you one induce a little bit, and two you have the you have the 9-out nut draw, right? Which is also why we like bet very small in the turn there, because then when we actually boat up, we can just bet huge, and our hand is quite disguised.
Lots of clubs on this flop. Jack 3. The clubs that we know about. Cracker Jack with top pair. And now 2 pair with the 3 pairing on the turn.
I like Cracker Jack's flop check.
Your call from Hamburger. Has a pair or a club, I'm sure.
Maybe his pocket 8s with a club.
Yeah, maybe.
Go for a small bet here, like 125, 200. Yes.
Hamburger going to put in the raise to 600.
With an 8 in his hand, this is obviously very spicy, but doesn't even think about it.
Cracker Jack just mucks.
Yeah. And and this is why, for those who are watching at home, why playing super aggressive poker is just so good. It's, just you constantly force your opponent to be at the top of their range. It's really hard to make strong hands at poker, right? Like you can sit there for hours and not make very, very strong hands. And if that's the case, then you just get to constantly put, tons of pressure on your opponents if they're not willing to hero you, right? I know it's really scary, but if you always are running bluffs on guys and they're calling you with hands that make sense, right? Like, they show you like top pair, good kicker, but they never show you anything like third pair or bottom pair. So that usually is an indication that they're not calling enough and that you can really just turn the gas on. But it's very scary, obviously, because you're gonna have to be willing to look stupid and get stacked in a bunch of spots. And I think, especially in a live environment, there's a little bit of a social aspect. People get scared of embarrassing themselves and like showing up with 7 high and all in pot.
Yeah. See a suited ace get raised up to $80. Avishai kind of defends with his 4s. And is going to get himself a third 4 on this flop. Bottom set for Avishai. Good shot, going to continue holding just 2 overs. $80.
Yeah. Probably a check from Good Shot. This is a flop that really should, generally hit the big blind a little bit harder than the under the gun +1 raiser. We can't have pocket 4s. Don't have a 7.
Avishai bombs it with the check raise, and this should end it. Yep. Good Shot has really nothing, so he folds. There are some turns Avishai doesn't want to see, in all fairness. He doesn't want to see a quad. Doesn't love a 6 or a 5. Like, he's not against the straight draw that many times. But a lot of players won't always think that way.
Luckily not a big one.
Yeah, try to just max extract from the pocket queens or something.
Looking at the chat here, Ragnar Orby pointing out that over 30% BPIP is pretty high. Players on stream are playing a bit looser. One thing I'll say about tonight is, remember, we were like 5-handed for a long time tonight. So the players who have been with us all night, like Caitlin, like Optimize, are going to have it pretty inflated just because they were in position like all the time. So you naturally play more hands that way. But if it's a full ring game, then yeah, 30% is pretty high.
Also, we're playing 3 blinds, and so when you play the 3 blind structure, technically the straddle should be defending, 50, 60, 70% of hands, depending on who is raising.
That's right. Good Shot is just flatting ace-king from the straddle against the king-10 of Hamburger. Getting a little tricky here.
Yep. This is actually a call, a small
Ace
frequency
is up.
time. Whoa, gets rewarded here.
Hamburger's got middle pair. He's just going to check it back. Deuce of diamonds.
The trap continues.
And Hamburger's going to take the bait. 125.
I mean, we have to see a raise now with the diamonds on board, right?
He's just going to click it back. Like 325, a little bit more than a min quick.
Yikes.
And now he's going to fold.
Sorry.
Definitely
I
one of the
guess I
reasons.
stepped in it.
Definitely one of the reasons why it's not, why you don't want to bet a hand like King 10, right? Should you get called or should you get any action you really hate your hand at this point? So
Exactly.
you really want to just try to check down, actually almost to the river. Maybe just check all the way down with a hand like King 10, which feels like
Craig dealt
it doesn't
like
feel
the
very
second
natural
game.
because you're like, wow, you know, I have second pair. There's been no action, but very often if you put any money in when you have that hand, you're actually beating.
What is the stone in your ring? It's really pretty. The big one on the right.
Michael
No, the other one.
Tilton making the point that getting caught bluffing is as important as getting caught with the monster. Yeah, if you never get caught bluffing, you're probably not bluffing enough.
Yeah. They like match your, I don't know, like the.
Even I got
shade
caught
and
bluffing, and
also
I'm the New York net.
Yeah, like something people don't realize is that you can actually be caught bluffing more than 50% of the time, more than 60% of the time, and still be showing a profit, right? Like if you bet half pot, your opponent can call and beat you 65% of the time, but because your bet size was so small, you're still showing a profit. Right?
Yep. Absolutely. Like if these players don't defend enough, like you just have the green light. He's jack for a good shot. Hamburger going to defend that straddle.
Do you find that you don't like them, or they're just kind of small, or too far?
Queen 10-6, lots of hearts. Nobody with a heart. Hamburger does have a gut shot as we go check, check. And 6 is going to pair. Good shot also has a gut shot.
Check, hey, but 125.
Really want to see a check call here from good shot.
We've got half of that.
Thank you, Jeff.
And that settles both games.
Yep, there we go.
That's cool.
The jack plays a lot on a queen 10 board there. Up, and river's an awkward hand.
Of hearts, it is going to give good shot Broadway, but it's also going to put 4 hearts and a pair on the board,
Yep.
which is just what you want when you have Broadway.
Don't bet good shot. This doesn't make any sense.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
So the problem is, I mean, you could bet some amount for value, but it has to be very, very small there.
Like literally the only time you get action is when you're beat, I think,
Yeah. So.
on this board.
Unless you want to bet much larger and then turn your hand into a bluff, but it doesn't make sense to do it with this hand, right? You'd want to
Unless
do it
like you're going to get bluff caught by a 6. I mean, what's the bottom of your bluff catching range, or what's the top of your bluff catching range? I mean,
I actually think leading a 6 there is really nasty. Like turning a 6 into a bluff there is actually really, really sick, but maybe not a straight.
yeah. Like what are we? I was going to like, what are we targeting a straight? If we're bluffing with a 6, are we targeting a straight?
We've been playing for hours.
Or are we targeting like an emergency 5 of hearts?
Could be
Yeah, something like that.
Give
But
him another chance.
who knows?
deep in that massage.
5, 10, 25, 50.
Caitlin with ace king makes it 125.
Hand.
Just counting out a call. Just a call.
Seems fine to me.
Now that the pot is inflated, and good shot for kings. Ooh, Caitlin does not have that much money given the straddles on. Good shot only has 2K here, so I expect to see all the money go in. Caitlin's gonna find the bad news.
Yeah. Yeah, 430. Yeah, this. I'm with you there, Alvin. I think we're probably going to play for stacks.
Yep, 700.
We're like
700 in the middle,
We're 2K
1.5
effective.
behind. Yeah.
good shot, the effective stack here.
I thought you were getting shit, so I was like super excited.
And there is the 4-bet from Caitlin.
She just clicks it back here, trying to induce, which actually is. I actually really like the sizing intending to get a jam, but you know, jamming itself is also fine depending on what your entire strategy is. But this is pretty nasty, hoping to get ace queen to jam. That's really, I really like this. It's really, really high level.
This is like shover folds here if you're a good shot. You'd have half pot behind. Obviously, it's kings. I mean, we're just gonna put it in with kings, and we're gonna hope she doesn't have aces.
Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking about, even like at this. Yeah, all your decisions at this depth are.
Maybe he's trying to buy himself a call with jacks. Like if he thinks that maybe he can get a slightly whiter call, like jacks or tens. But it's an all-in and a call, and
running it once.
The ace on the first board. Are we just running once? Or no, we're twice. Okay. Okay, so we're running twice, and there's going to be a minor foul up with the graphics, but we're running twice. Caitlin has the first board with an ace. And now Caitlin has a heart draw.
Oh, wow. Caitlin gonna scoop this?
And productions just told Jesse to breathe for a second so that we can get the boards right.
Okay. So many outs!
Ace for a heart. That's not it. Chop it up.
Justice is served.
Chop it up.
And you're both winners.
That's just what the audience was cheering for, right?
I'm not cheering for chop hot. I want to see something stacked.
And not going to bocce early.
We want blood.
Yeah.
As long as it's not mine.
I'm here for the agony of defeat. Really, that's what I want.
Chase would have played five-handed fearlessly. This new Chase, I don't even recognize him.
Yeah.
Well played, everyone.
I see 98 likes. Can we get 2 more likes by the end of the show to get us to 100? Don't think I'm asking for much here. We got half an hour. Just 2 likes. Hopefully we get more than that, but let's start there.
Down to Michelob Ultras.
Also, for those of you who are going to be in the greater Houston area this weekend, TCH Spring does a tournament going on. It's a multi-day tournament. 100K guarantee, 30K guarantee to first. So no limit Holdem. Check that out, TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas.
Florida live stream.
I love that there's a poll up saying, have you clicked like or not? And a bunch of people
the production puts that up at the beginning of every show. They put that up. And somebody votes no.
Yeah, and then they do not actually hit like, so it's hilarious.
And if you hit the dislike button, I have no idea because they don't show the count anymore.
Oh, they hit the dislike.
But, I mean, hate watching is still watching. Not sure what the floor call is all about here. We got a brief hold here.
Clear table.
All right,
My
everybody.
cat begins to maul me.
They want to know if there's any more alcohol in the back.
They want to know if there's more alcohol.
No idea.
All right, yeah, it's not clear what's going on. I think it's going to get sorted out quick, though.
Keep playing. Yeah.
Oh,
We don't need to wait for the.
These
Apparently,
things
I
aren't
dealt the
related,
boards
though.
too fast, and the thing didn't catch
Does
up.
my cat want to say hello to the stream?
Hey,
cat.
kitty! We don't actually have your cat on the shot at this point.
Oh, the last.
I wish.
Yeah, you got it.
On the bright side, we're actively baited.
Cats and poker are the ultimate two things. I've always said that if I could play live poker and only play against cats, I would be the happiest man on earth.
Do we need to join a new game?
Yeah.
No, they're just restarting it. Okay.
I mean, not just because cats cannot press buttons on solvers, but you know what I mean.
Hey, cats are pretty great.
This might surprise you, but I'm not the sort of person who loses my hand easily. I'm not playing the odds, so to speak.
But trust me, he has a cute
I'm
cat.
just here so I can read Hamburger Under the Gun on the screen.
Nice to have the cameo of Alvin's cat.
If you guys want to see my cat, YouTube, Alvin Teaches Poker. Check out my community stream section. You can see my brand new cat. I
There we
did
go.
actually. Yeah.
Let's get all the plugs.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool.
For real, like anything else you want to plug.
Let's see. I teach a coaching school.
50 to go.
Website is overnightmonster.com. One of my students actually recently was playing at the Triton High Roller, and in the 20K event, he lost in 4th place, Ace King versus Queens to Michael Adamo. That was kind of fun. And then he totally punted the 100K. So he won 170K in the first tournament, and then he spent 170K in entry fees. So it was not a good trip, despite coming 2nd or 4th place in a major event.
I mean, we just had my story before where like I had a 2nd place and I still booked the L.
Yeah, exactly.
Jaywin's got top pair here in this 3-way flop. Avishai has fired at it, holding 10 high in a dream.
0 outs for Avishai. You're prominently displayed in the upper right-hand corner.
1% is like running 10s, running 8s.
Yeah, throwing shade here.
He gets neither.
Should see this go check now.
This stream will go until 10, and then we're close to it, and then we'll generally keep playing.
Ooh, Avishai not giving up.
Showing some heart here.
Yep.
Not
the best blockers for this. I also want to see a larger sizing because
Yeah, I don't see top pair folding for this price.
No.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
I mean, I've just had
What's
like
the last
such
hand you
bad
played?
hands. I've just had such bad hands. And the times of it, it's been like somewhat playable. It's like,
So,
we maybe get a 7 of hearts on the ocean.
yeah, unless Avishai goes like 4,000 on the river, we're not gonna get a
a couple of those Michelobs,
But he gives up.
Right, exactly.
He gives up. Jay win-win.
Queen 6 offsuit is gonna look real good.
It's a drawing hand, you know?
Yeah.
Queen 6 offsuit, my favorite drawing hand.
Nuts. Another look at these earnings. Optimize and Avishai, big winners. Caitlin, the victim of at Ace King versus Kings, where you get the chop. Well, not that much of a victim.
Yeah, I heard it's really well done.
Really, really nice.
But I've never been.
But she's had a couple of rough spots tonight.
It's all right there, but
See what happens when I try to sound smart and then I realize the
They were
hand
saying
was
they used to have to drive an hour to get to Maryland live closer to Baltimore, but now they've built that right there on the edge of DC, so they can easily get
There's only like one winner in this entire game. It's hilarious.
There's 2 winners. I think Chase was back when he left, so maybe 3 winners.
depending on where you are in DC, it's probably
Jay win with the Words Are Hearts special, 9 Triz of Hearts. In there. And it's pot,
There's
heads
a
up.
ferry that runs like the length of the Potomac,
Jack 7 deuce.
and you can take the ferry there too.
Average
There's also
ace.
like a bunch of stuff to do.
Better 3.
there.
The ace 3.
They have a
Check
hotel.
check.
Yeah, so it's also a
And
hotel. It's
Avishai gets check.
it
I
is
really
sort
want to
of-
see Avishai check here and allow his opponent to bluff at him on the river. Because, right, Jay Win, who has only 9 high here, might actually take a stab here, but
National Harbor's like, I would say like a 4-minute drive.
As we
from,
discussed before, there's a lot of bluffs that
just
don't
like-
have to
just
work
like
that
once in a
often
while.
to show a
There's
profit.
whole section that has like a music venue and like restaurants and multiple hotels.
I'm mentally planning that trip. I'm obligated to
right, when
take
you have these
my
weak-made
kids.
hands, almost all value you get is from getting your opponent to bet into you, not just betting for value and getting worse to call. I think a lot of people forget that poker really is a game of tricking your opponent into putting in the money incorrectly, either by getting him to call, and then fold, or just to somehow bet or call with the worst hand, right? So I think, we traditionally think of aggressive poker as just being able to extract value with the bets, but you can extract tons of value with checks as well.
Absolutely.
Good job raising it up with the offsuit queen jack. Could clear everyone else out. Oh, no, looks like Kaylin defends.
She
Red
was
jack
in the
nine.
straddle. And I believe that's a pair of jacks for both players. Could get Caitlin in some trouble here.
So it's the half pot size bet. Kaylin's hoping for aces or kings on the turn to slow the action down.
Instead, the harmless 4 of hearts hits.
Should go check a lot, but maybe good shot's gonna go for some thin value.
225 from Good Shot. Quick wall from Caitlin.
Now I expect the river to always go
89.
check, but
Instead, we get an ace, and this could well shut it down, like you said. Check, and Good Shot gonna turn over the winner.
Rena Hulin with 107,000 loyalty points for TCH.
Yeah, like the old guard around here has a lot of loyalty points. The gamble at one point was like very plus EV.
I think you're like more up in here.
The pay table's been tightened up somewhat,
I really enjoy it,
but it used to be pretty insane. So you have people just pile it in an EV positive spot, and then you also have some people who have contributed to the program over the years in the form of super chats. That's another way to get points.
I mean, I actually looked at it here.
So yeah, we got some big numbers.
But by the time I got around to it,
A good shot limping in, 5-4 suited, optimizes. I imagine gonna raise. What is he just call? I prefer to see a raise with optimize. When you see players limp, it's generally the sign to begin piling aggression.
I looked initially and it was like probably 30.
Hamburger goes for the small raise with the King 9.
Really appealing with, like, no
Not going to inspire a lot of folds though with the 75.
No.
You're kind of locked in here as well.
He's going to flop middle pair, which is not going to be good against Optimize's top pair. On this Queen 9 Deuce Rainbow. Hamburger continues for 225. Optimize with the top pair, not going to go anywhere at all.
I think this bet sizing doesn't make too much sense here. It's really hard to extract from worse with the sizing, hard to get better to fold, but Bink on
And
the turn.
King's up for Hamburger. Optimize does pick up a gutter. 350 from Hamburger. He probably doesn't love the over.
No, but I don't think Optimize can find a fold here now.
Alright, attention players, we're gonna come down this round of each. This is a 1-2 Holdem.
Especially the over that completes Jack 10.
This is a 1-2 Holdem and $5 non-pot. So you're still in, so give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Whoa. Two pair for both players, but it might go
Yeah.
check.
Quick check. It is four straight.
I had 2 pair too.
Not quite the chaos card.
1-2 Holdem, $5 non-pot.
Yeah, this is really the problem with limping a hand like Queen 10 is that you just get into like a lot of difficult situations post flop. Even when you flop top pair, it's just not great.
There's like a lot of opponents will just ditch the King 9 offsuit pre-flop if you raise. Don't know if Hamburger's going to the way he's been playing tonight.
No, probably not.
Good throw. Good throw. So round of each.
Good job thinking about
So
it.
round of each.
With a raise? Oh, just a call?
Just the limp. And now Avishai is going to get a free look at a hand that is excited to double down usually.
A round of Holdem, just normal.
Look at that. Garbage turns into cold for Avishai. He does have trip threes. Threes.
Pretty brutal.
Oh, sorry.
Love Avishai's check on the flop.
Checks
Definitely
over
wants to go
Hamburger,
for-
who has a spade draw.
Play round of each other ways.
Yeah.
Small chance it's just regular PLO. but I'm
He
pretty
just
sure
checks. See if we get a chaos turn.
Oh,
The
wow.
deuce of spades. The flush does come in for Hamburger. Avishai gonna fire here with his 8-high spade redraw with his grips. Hamburger just calling with the flush. Here comes the river. It's an 8! Avishai fills up.
Wow.
The other clubs.
Unfortunately, Hamburger's a little bit on the passive side. I don't know if he's actually going to raise the river here, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be on the hook for a lot of money if he raises. Avishai fires out again the
Oh,
150.
that's so small. There's got to be a raise coming in.
He raised the 500. He did say raise.
No, Avishai now has a pretty easy jam.
Rip it.
And Hamburger checked back the flop too. His hand is somewhat disguised. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to find a fold. Although I think after you check back the flop and you get ripped here, you still find a fold. But
I mean,
don't know.
Avishai can have literally any 2 cards, which is like all the boats that make sense are like total junk that I got to see it for free. And that's what you're losing to. And that's the problem with limping. Like, you let all the nonsense in there.
Four raise, 1500.
Makes it 1,500. He doesn't go for all of it.
I mean, if he's targeting a flush, he should just jam. So
Exactly.
Now-
I don't think you get any more calls with the. I mean, maybe you get called from ace 3. Maybe. What ace 3s are there?
Showdown.
Very nice.
Peaceful,
He calls
What's
and
his
gets
name?
shown the 8-3. The second worst hands in poker usually.
That's it, man.
The
Yeah,
best
that's-
hand on this occasion.
That's a spot where I think a lot of people just like raise the river and just like shrug their shoulders and call the river, but you're just never gonna know. Right? People really rarely rebet bluff in this spot. So
Yeah, yeah, it's very honest. Like you're playing live poker at least. Like this is very honest. I don't know if maybe the online players are a bit better sometimes. I only touch the online during lockdown and during WSOP. and
sure.
that's it.
Yeah. Online, I think people very rarely bet
Sounds like your
bet rejam here either. So
I play with him.
So
usually
he's
the more
average.
the more esoteric the spot is, the less people have a lot of like exotic bluffs. Right?
Anyway, for the longest time.
Average Jane optimized the two winners right now. I do believe we just saw our Yeti cooler of the night right there. In case anybody had doubts, then that's my vote.
I still think the best hand of the night was played between Chase and Hamburger, right? Like the King 10 hand, that was amazing.
Yes. That was a fun one. We see Optimize make it 100 with the 8-7 of spades. A couple of calls from Suited Stuff. Good shot with the exact same hand, the 8-7 of clubs, going to call. And we go 4 ways here.
Wow, a 6-5 flop's really going to be a lot of action here.
I see a couple of very blurry clubs. Jack 10 deuce, 2 clubs, so 8-7 has gut shots, and then good shot has clubs.
Yeah, Hamburger has the best high, 52% with ace 2.
Here are deuces,
Oh,
and the 10 just paired. Is that a club?
yep,
Is
club.
that a club or a spade?
Oh,
I wish we had 4 colors. I do see that Good Shot's put out a bet, 275. That is a 10 of clubs, so Good Shot has turned the clubs. The club flush with the redraw to the straight flush.
this should just clear everyone out now.
Yeah, this should end it.
Jaywin started staring off the table, facing the bet, you know?
Yeah,
And he's gonna go, he's out of
I'm
there.
done. Yeah, Ragnar, Yeti Cooler of the Night. Remember that bit? That's a bit that dates back to the earliest days of this show. This is how you know that I've been with this show for 2.5 years. I played a lot, I chatted a lot, and for a little over a year now, I've been in the booth a lot. It is so much fun to do this. Glad to get to hang out with you guys as often as I do. All of you in the chat are wonderful players. They're the real stars here. They make the show. 111 likes. You guys make the show too. All you in the chat. I'm just here for the ride.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me commentate today. It's been super, super fun as we approach the last 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun for sure. Like hearing some new voices around here. Ace Queen suited for Hamburger makes it 75. Jaywin with an 8 and a mystery card makes it 250. Yeah, what smells like popcorn? It smells like popcorn in here, just so you guys know. I assume somebody out in the main room has put some popcorn in the microwave. They need to share with the entire class. We go heads up to a flop of 9-5-4. 1 spade. Hamburger checks over to Jaywin, who continues. Hamburger overs and backdoor spades. Does call.
Well, Jaywin bets quite large here. He bets, what, like 2/3 of the pot? So, I wonder what he
At
has.
6, at 6 gives him at least a gut shot as we go check on the turn. The 5 pairs on the river. Don't know what Jaywin has here. Hamburger is going to fire this river.
I think this is to low jack, hijack. He has to have pocket 8s here.
He gets snapped. That's 8s.
Because he can't really have 8. He can't have 8-7 here because 8-7 probably would not bet that large on the flop, but probably 3 bets pre-flop.
8 of diamonds, 8 of spades there. Yeah.
Makes
But
a lot of
yeah,
sense.
it's got to be pocket 8s. Just call.
A line like that kind of is calling out your opponent for not being able to check call a hand like jacks. 'Cause, like the standard way to play like pocket aces on that flop is actually to check call against Jaywin, and so you should be able to go check call, check check, and then bet the river for value with a bunch of real hands. If you're calling with like ace queen, ace king type hands, when you bet the river there, I mean, one, you probably don't need to turn your hand into a bluff because if you're calling with ace king or ace queen, it's the best hand. But if you're never doing that with like pocket aces or pocket kings, you get snapped off a lot.
Jaywin's raised with the king queen, takes it down. King queen last week. King queen was the hand that made me and then broke me heads up. For those of you who don't follow me, at Waddy William on Instagram and Twitter, see my tournament hijinks. I get heads up and then I get all in. King queen versus sixes. I win the flip with the king queen. Very next hands, my ace queen does not hold against king queen. We have a ball game again. And then I get it in later on, covering him. I have king queen, he has ace seven, and he holds. And then he wins the tournament.
I'm missing that part of the game too.
So yeah, I got a lot of feelings about that hand this week.
Yeah.
And I also hate ace queen for not doing its job. That's my least favorite hands.
Well,
In case
I'm actually
anyone's
raising
wondering.
to 200 here.
200. I assume we had a 50 put on. Good shot with the king queen suited on the button, just calls.
Yeah, it looks like Jay would put on the 50.
Ace magnet or
Yeah, your ace magnet.
Oh, good shot, just calls here. I guess after the pre-flop raise is so large and it's coming from the player who's been limping a lot, that just calling makes a lot of sense here.
I feel like these big straddles tend to slow the action down a little bit. People are a lot less excited to pile in pre-flop.
Yeah, people are money scared. It should be the opposite. People should be like putting in the money like way more. 150. I like a small.
I bet 275.
Yeah. Despite Abhishek folding the best hand there, I actually don't mind his check fold there.
Yeah, this is definitely Button's board more than Razor's board. Yeah, I've got to say, like, if you look through some of our 2-5 shows, where like we'll have an action player who'll just like straddle a couple $100 at 2-5, and we're suddenly playing 10 big blinds deep. You see some pretty horrific short stack poker. Like this is where like I love it as a tournament player. I know how to play 10 bigs. I know how to play 15 bigs. I'll give you a hint, guys. Don't fold ace queen. That's the thing that's happened. Like I've seen ace queen make some horrific folds. As much as I hate that hand,
very clean.
Yeah.
I've seen some things that I've seen people play weird short stacked.
Caitlin's coming in with a raise for pocket fours from the low jack. This is actually a mix. I think raising it like 25%, folding 75% is probably fine.
Yeah, like fours. The problem with these tiny pairs is that, like, first of all, you only want to set, and then you're going to get set over set more often with the small pairs.
Exactly.
We're going to be 6 ways here.
Money.
We see a suited ace wheel for good shot, and we see a lot of raggedy stuff. King 10-6. I feel like somebody's got a king and okay, just the king. Only one pair. Optimizes king 8 is the best hand that we know about right now. Hamburger with a pair of sixes.
Leads out. So
yeah, he leads. Yeah. Unlikely to get through Optimize's top pair. How much do you hate this if you're Optimized?
wow.
Apparently that much.
I don't know against this sizing, against a guy who has been donking a lot, if I'm actually able to find that fold, but it's actually not horrible. It's a pretty
yeah, you're going to have a hard time standing the heat. And Hamburger's going to face some heat of his own. Sean has check raised with a queen and a mystery card. I want a king or a jack. What do you think? I feel like it's a king or a jack.
I think it's a jack more often than a king, to be honest. This doesn't make too much sense with king queen, I guess. Facing a lead this way.
he does fold. Bottom pair, not feeling great there.
What do you have, Sean? I feel like it's Queen Jack there. Seems to be the hand that makes most sense to me.
Yeah, Queen Jack does make a lot of sense. This is why bottom pair no kicker is a pretty dicey bet 5 ways. We see Avichet and Optimize the big winner still. Look at the V-pips. Cracker Jack just above that 15% Lahti line.
Hamburger playing 50% of hands like a boss.
And I don't even think we can use the 5-handed excuse with him. Like Hamburger was here at the beginning when we were 5-handed and everyone was compelled to play a lot of hands. But yeah, this is on him at this point. Gonna go for the squeeze with the King Jack offsuit.
Yep. 10 minutes left in the match, only a few more hands to get back into black.
The game does continue afterwards if the players want to, but I mean, we're playing in front of the internet. Ace 9-7, monotone, all clubs, Hamburger with the nut club draw. And by far the most substance of any holding. Good shot with just a middle pair. This is probably it right here. He goes half pot.
Here we go, nice hand Hamburger.
Hamburger gonna take it down as we come down the home stretch here.
Avichet, big winner tonight. Despite coming in only the last hour, has almost doubled up twice.
Take another opportunity to plug the TCH Cruise, March 26th to April 2nd, 2023, out of Galveston. TexasCardHouse.com for all the details there. I got a discount going on. And if you're the kind of person who likes to go on a cruise, maybe you play some poker with TCH.
You know, I've been thinking about going on a cruise for a long time. Maybe this is my sign, right?
This is your shot.
Good omen.
One of my students, shout out Dalton McMullen, went on a cruise for his honeymoon, and you know, he's like a professional grinder, mid-stakes, high-stakes grinder, and so all of the people stuck on the cruise had to sit there and play poker against him, and they were not happy, and he ended up paying for his entire honeymoon. So, good job, Dalton.
That's the way to do it. As long as the significant other that you're on the honeymoon with is okay with you grinding away on the cruise.
Exactly.
Cracker Jack gets back to the table in time to defend his straddle with the Jack 10 flop, the best hands. And going to pick up a Royal Gutter.
Hamburger now is the top pair. We know he's going to come out swinging.
25, and Cracker Jack certainly can't go anywhere here. Too many outs, as they say.
Royal flush. Royal flush.
Nope.
How about a 10 for a 2 pair on a board that's loaded with trade? Check, check. Cracker Jack with the 10 on the river. Going to collect the pot. All right, bad news for you guys. We only got 3 hands left. I know. Been a lot of fun, though, filling in for Aaron this Thursday on the 510. I'm moving up in stakes where they respect my raises. But also a lot of fun to get to do this with Alvin. Been a lot of fun having you. Been fun having all of you in the chat. Be sure to hit like on the way out if you haven't done so already. Hit your follow button if you're on Twitch. Subscribe to this channel if you have not done so already.
This has been an absolute blast. Hopefully I can come back and commentate some other times. Maybe next month you guys are going to see me playing the 10, the 5, 10, 25, and then the 25, 25, 50 over in the Dallas stream.
Yeah, in the other order, the big game is usually on Tuesday, and then the smaller on Wednesday. And either way, it's a blast.
Yeah.
As we get king, queen, and fives, 3 ways here. Nobody really loves that flop. 10, 7, 7.
Definitely gonna be a spot where the first guy that sees that it probably is gonna pick it up. Looks like Avishay's got some thoughts about this plan though. Gonna go for a little tickle, maybe like 75, 100. If you are gonna bet this flop, I do really like betting really, really small.
Hamburger going for the raise to $400. Not a believer here.
Doesn't even think about it. Immediately announces raise. I think Avishai just looked a little too timid when he was counting out that money. He just looked like... It looks just so uncomfortable here. Double checking it.
Fives, yeah. Little card funeral before he sticks him in the muck.
Is that what that process is? A card funeral?
That's what I call it. I call it a card funeral. I probably am not the first person to use that phrase, but that's the one that I've been using. Actually, I was in a tournament a few weeks ago at some other room in the area where I saw a stack funeral. Not a card funeral, but a stack funeral.
Like I gave a funeral to a stack before he passed it to the other player?
Before he calls off in a spot where he was going to be super crushed.
Too funny.
Like he calls off like 30 bigs with Jack 10 suited or something. Yeah. As we come to the penultimate hands. Next show for TCH Live is Saturday, the final table stream out of Dallas, and then join us back here Monday for some 2-5 from Austin. And should be a good one.
Sean coming after it in the last hand. Looks like we're going to get a call from Hamburger and good shot.
Second to
the usual suspects.
King Jack 7. Sixes.
The worst possible flop for these hands. And it's Hamburger who comes out betting.
Hamburger taking that down.
Yeah, I think after seeing how often Hamburger's been leading.
Person concerned that she was making a cameo, but they don't have us on the booth because, I mean, there's only so much of my face that the internet can handle. Looks like we're going to finish out on a $25 PLO bomb pot.
Is anybody leaving? Everybody can keep playing?
I'm not leaving.
One last plug, Alvin, for all of your various socials.
I'm like Wolf of Wall Street.
I'm Alvin Teaches Poker over on YouTube. My online GTO based school, Overnight Monster. Teach a bunch of
live stream.
high stakes live and online players.
No, honestly.
Good stuff, and you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Lahti William, Lahti William. See all of my various tournament hijinks. And we get some pretty fun flops here. A lot of hearts on the bottom. I see top 2 for Avishai, and got shot for him on top. Good Shot's got top 2. I see Queen High Hearts for Hamburger.
Who comes out betting. I think Hamburger probably has the hand that has the most robust equity and might be able to just win this hand with a triple barrel.
Middle set for Cracker Jack and an open ender on top. So some scoopability there for Cracker Jack. If the cards fall the right way.
Yeah, probably a mandatory call at this point.
Does call. Absolutely. Can't go anywhere. Avishai with top 2 and a gut shot.
This is a snap fold.
Should be, but he just might feel enticed. Seeing that he does have a path to the nuts on the top. He does have the backdoor nut clubs as well as the gut shot. He's got 4 outs on the bottom. He's going to call. He's going to see 2 more. Good shots just out of there with top 2. Good fold there. 3 ways to the flop we go. We get an 8 and we get another ace. Oh, the ace 10 does in fact fill up. And he's going to probably get some action from Cracker Jack's tens full of aces. Hamburger going to bet out the $400. Now drawing dead on both sides. His flush no longer
Cracker
good.
Jack now hits the low boat. Avishai hits the high boat.
Cracker Jack just calls.
Everyone drawing to one side. Avishai actually wins the other board with ace high right now. Ace high in the clubs.
No, actually, Cracker Jack is ahead with a pair of tens. But Avishai has a lot of outs.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Because
yeah,
he
a lot
has
of equity.
straight draws. Like he's got 2 gut shots. The 6-4 has a gut shot now. Yeah, he's got the nut clubs.
Also, 10-6 has a gut shot to the 9, so he's like a
Yeah.
He has a disguised wrap.
Yeah. So Avishai has too many
needs to
outs.
put in a raise here with so much equity here.
You do have a hammer lock on the bottom. So you also don't mind if people, and he does pot it here. I was going to say, you don't mind if people come along when you have a hammer lock on the bottom. There's ever
Hamburger now
roll
in a
3 ways.
horrible spot, drawing dead on one board and
dead on the other board too,
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
does fold.
with bajillion's nuts.
So Avishai free rolling Cracker Jack now if he elects to continue. Cracker Jack's going to ship it in. And he's going to get snapped. He is getting free rolled.
They're going to see the horrible news here. This is really the problem with just putting the nuts in on one board, is that, you know, when you put in second nuts on one board, you're going to get scooped.
Yeah. Cracker Jack does have the best hand on the top, but he's fading too many outs. There's a 5. I think 6-4 is what he had. So yeah, Avishai does scoop with the straight. 6-4 makes a straight.
Straight boat.
And he's going to scoop.
Yep,
Straight
well played,
to the
Avishai.
8. Ace is full of 10s. Too many outs does get there for Avishai.
Avishai, big winner tonight, 7.6 in 1 hour after buying in for like 1,500 or 2,000.
Massive session here.
Massive session, running super hot.
What a way to wrap this up.
Yeah, so thank you guys for...
You'll enjoy that.
Yeah, thank you all
Thanks
for
a lot
watching.
for watching.
Thank you guys,
And,
TCH, for having me.
Yeah, no problem. And on behalf of dealers Carly and Jesse, Alvin, producer Kristen, Willie White of the New York Knit, wishing you a great night. Thanks a lot for watching. See you all next